What's going on, guys? How are we all doing today? Do you know what? I fell asleep on this chair just now, and the opening of the live stream woke me up. I was completely knocked out. I just heard Raiden shout and scream, and I was like, oh shit, my live stream is starting. So we're just waiting for Tom Brady and Perfect Legend to get here. So I don't think it's going to be a long one today. Obviously, the Kombat cast happened yesterday. We saw the T1000 and what's her name, Madame Bo, and I think the game might be coming to an end, and we're going to talk about if it's not coming to an end, what can we expect from Kombat Pack 3. We're going to talk about a possibility of Injustice 3 and what we'd like to see in that, and just general chit chat. Nothing serious today, no drama. Obviously, like I said, I literally just passed out in my chair, so I've been burning the midnight oil, man. It's been, but you know, it's a choice, and I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining at all. But yeah, these guys will be here in a minute. I think Tom is just about getting home in PL. I sent him the link over. You need Madam Hollow. What's going on, Yukimori? So what did you guys think of the Kombat cast yesterday? Were you guys feeling... Let's get some footage up of the T1000. Were you guys feeling him, or was it yay or nay? I personally think he looks pretty cool. Quite enjoyed what they showed. Wasn't a big fan of Madame Bo, just because she looked far too powerful to me. Like, she looked ridiculously powerful. I don't know, maybe I'm out of the loop and I haven't been paying attention, but she looks stupidly powerful. What's going on, Maximum Mishima? Were their birthday showers? I actually didn't see that part because I fell asleep on the train. I've fallen asleep like 3 times. So yesterday I went to a WWE event in central London, and they let us play 2K25. It was like I hate to say it was like an influencer event, and when they said that, I was like, oh, influencer event, don't know if I want to go to that. But then they said, oh, it's WWE. I was like, sign me up. So I went to the event and I hung out there for a bit. Saw King J there, saw a couple of my friends, but on the way there I fell asleep. So after this live stream finishes, I'm gonna get in bed and I'm just gonna sleep, and I'll wake up when I wake up. What's going on, Nicholas? All the way from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Shouts to you, bro. What's going on, SoCal Honey Badger? Pretty dull. What's going on, Flames? They finally gave Sub-Zero stuff. Okay, so here's my theory on Sub-Zero's new move, because I saw Sikander's reaction, and I'm very happy for him, and I don't mean to sound like a Debbie Downer here. But I think if NRS has got any sense whatsoever, that move will scale heavily in combos, but it will be really fantastic to use as a move to open people up. Because if it doesn't scale in combos, based on what they showed, based on Sikander's team, right? He's got that Cyrax on his team. The damage is going to go through the roof. So I think in combos it's going to scale heavily. But I think if you're just like in the neutral and you jab somebody and do it, I think that's where it's going to be really, really strong. And it's meterless apparently, so that will be really cool. But I don't think it's going to be great for combos, I'll be honest. Maybe just to extend them and do something flashy. Shao Kahn got a new move, or General Shao. It's a shame I'm not playing anymore, because that does look like a pretty cool move. You're still nervous about first day purchasing of Bleach. I understand why you're nervous. I understand why. I've purchased it already. I'm locked in. Not the collector's edition, we're not doing that again. But I'm locked in. Early stream today, yeah, bro. I think Tom and PL's got a lot to do. Obviously, I literally just fell asleep in my chair, so obviously I need to catch up on sleep. Practicing wave dashing, my thumbs hurt. Let me see where they are. Fashionably late as always. Oh yeah, they're on the way. There's a reason they didn't show Sub-Zero damage. And hello everyone, what's going on, IC? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sub-Zero's move is not going to net him a lot of damage. Does he really play better than T800? MK11 held characters in prison. If T800 was in MKX or MK1 had been sent, I don't know, dude. Let's take a look whilst we're waiting. Where is he? That's Sub-Zero. And the character model looks cool. Yeah, Cyrus, who just started. I will say, when he jumps, It looks a little bit weird to me. It looks a little odd when he jumps. I'm tired. The Bleach stream was on so late last night, otherwise I would have killed him. Yeah, it's because Senju in Japan is in Japan, so he was basically in another day. So it was morning for him when we started streaming, and then the rest of them are in America. But we had a good stream yesterday. We pretty much put to bed that the game is a people saying it's an arena fighter. It's very obviously not. We put that to bed, and we just discussed the game in general. It's looking very promising. I'm very, very excited. I'm not getting the Ultimate Edition Freshman. I'm not buying any more collector's editions. I've learnt my lesson. I will wait and we'll see. If the game is good, then maybe the sequel will get a collector's edition purchase. But yeah, I'm very apprehensive to part of my money now. Also, I do have to say, although like I don't want to shit on the T1000. I don't want to make this a shitting on the T1000 stream. You know, MK1's on its way out. I don't want to be that guy. But is it just me or does he look like Cabal? Does he not look like Cabal to you guys? Am I seeing things? I feel like I'm seeing Cabal. I don't know. I don't know if it's just me, but it looks like Cabal. He looks a little bit like Cabal to me. No? You guys don't think so? I don't know, man. Alright, Tom's here. Let me ask Tom. Hey, bro.
Hey, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
You been? Yeah, okay. How you been?
I've been alright, man. How about yourself?
Yeah, not bad, man. I was asking these guys. I don't know if it's just me, but when I was looking at the T1000, he reminded me of Cabal quite a lot.
Oh, 100%.
Am I seeing the same animations on his attacks? Like I feel like I'm seeing the same animations from MK11.
He does have a lot of them.
Yeah. Let me go back a little bit, actually. I think Pierre will be here in a minute. And then we'll get started properly. I mean, obviously, he's got a lot of original stuff here, but even the hook, the hook is Cabal's hook, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is. It is. The hook is Cabal's hook. All right, just checking my mic settings here. People always complain about it, and a lot of times I haven't set up my new studio yet here, just in my new house, just because. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The MK community kind of makes me not want to come back ever. So.
How has your interactions with the MK community been recently?
Terrible. Like I said, I see Foxy and whatever talking about, on Twitter, who would do it again, who would this again, and I always say I would never do it again because, for what? I mean, we know there's no money in it. And you get to hear for 30 years how you're garbage and an overachiever, and then when you're done and you can't play Top 8 anymore, then they still say you're garbage, never did anything, nothing counts. So I'm like, it's just, why bother? If nothing counts and it never mattered, why even do it? Even now, it's very difficult to talk about the game because it's like, I tried to scour the internet for anything good about me written, and I couldn't find anything. But almost all of it is how I'm hating and negative because I'm salty and washed up. And we hear washed up a lot. And I feel like they use that term to say you're angry because you can't win anymore, so now you're washed. And why should anyone listen to you? It's like just because you don't play the game doesn't mean you don't know it or understand it at a high level. And the community they use negative terminology, you know what I mean, to disqualify one's opinion. So it makes it very difficult to talk to the Mortal Kombat community.
Yeah.
The interactions are all bad.
Well, just the community aside, how did you feel about yesterday's combat class? Because obviously the big news other than T1000 was Sub-Zero.
I liked it. Overall, I think when I look at characters now, I start to see their vision. My issue is it took a year and a half to get there, which is another issue. So if I just take Sub-Zero, for example, I look at Sub-Zero and I say, okay, when the game comes out. So the problem is also it's tough to talk about characters or the game with the MK community because it's like talking to a kindergartner, even at the highest level, because even people that know better, I'm going to take the piss out of you and troll to get a reaction. And it's like, can we just have a serious conversation? Like, why does it always have to be? So, like for example, day one, you look at Sub Zero, his slide was bad, Ice Ball was shit, his Ice Clone, because slide he didn't have crouching, he doesn't have crouching slide. It's like, why is his slide so bad? Why is his Ice Ball so bad? Why is his clone so bad? Why does he have three clones for 2 bars that does nothing? Because he didn't even have the 1 bar version yet. And if you just try to have these discussions and his damage is low, and say, it's an assist game, so I know somewhere they're thinking they want to make an assist work one place or another with him, right? I just don't know where yet. Here's the community. What are you talking about? The downplay. He's top 10. Just nobody know. I mean, it's so hard to have a serious discussion.
Yeah.
Kenshi players. Kenshi loses 18 matchups. The hardest character to play ever. So hard, it's harder than MK9 Cabal. Like, bro, why is it so hard to have an intelligent conversation? They're like kindergartners. Every character is broken. Everyone downplays. Everyone's carried. And it's like, can we just stop and have a few people who understand fighting games at high level have a serious conversation about the game? It's impossible because there's so much territorialism with MK more than anything else. People ask, why are you and Mike Hollow so quote unquote negative? And a lot of times I would say, well, the more the positive side doubles down on how great the game is and nothing is wrong, the more I push back on the negatives because I want to talk about other things. But it's like I look at it and I say the game is never going to change. It's never going to get any better as long as the positive people. Because if we stop, then all you hear is the game is the best and it doesn't need anything. So that's the reason why. If the positive side would stop bullshitting about how nothing is wrong for you. Again, keep in mind, they said for a year and a half, nothing was wrong with the game. We know that's not true. Yeah. We wouldn't have to hit hard how there are things that are problems. I look at the game and I say, well, now I look at Sub-Zero and I say, okay, let's just take him for an example. It's a microcosm of the game. I look at the slide. Well, now I see why the slide doesn't crouch anymore. Because originally, if he wanted to use his slide, he couldn't choose like to hold the button. You know what I mean? And then, so if you wanted to use an armored launcher, you had to use a character that launches airborne. Because the armored slide will only flip over. So you'd have to use Sonya or Goro. Characters like that. If those cameos don't synergize, tough shit, right? Or like a character like Chameleon only when she's in Katana, or if she has like Melina, but you can't use it when she's in, you know what I mean? When she's in Jade stance. So it's still not always accessible. Then they buff the slide. So now even the armored version, you can call Cyrex, pick them off the ground. So now it's like, okay, now you can have a cameo that gives you meter draining setups and an armored launcher without having to because you don't no longer need just Sonya or something. Because before, if those characters didn't synergize with you, it didn't matter if they gave you an armored launcher; they didn't give you anything else, and you needed a lot. And then I see like his clone was garbage. They gave him the 3 versions for 1 bar. It still wasn't very good. They tried to change the proximity, and then they made it so it breaks the double freeze rule. Mm-hmm. And now they gave him this polar palm. So what Sub-Zero is horrible at is anti-airing because he got nothing out of it. Like even if he jabbed you out of the air, he would do something in the clone, but then his combo route is kind of ending unless you wanted to spend bar. Now he could like anti-air you, do something in the polar palm, something in the clone which refreezes into. So now he has longer combo extensions, more damage, more opportunity, which also allows him to do more of his heavy lifting and use other cameos possibly than even more than just Cyrex. It opens up possibilities. Now, when you look at this and you say, okay, now I see why the slide is bad, because they were going to do X, Y, Z, right?
Yeah.
And now I see why, the clone was one way. They didn't know what they wanted to do with it. Now they're going to make it like this. And now they gave him this polar palm. Now things start to come together. It took them a year and a half, and nobody had any clue. Reiko, everyone knows about that nerf that was unnecessary. Mm-hmm. However, in NRS's mind, like, okay, we're going to nerf this projectile, but we want to give him something. Maybe it's a better, maybe it's a tick grab, maybe it's a 2-bar, a 1-bar EX throw that's mid instead of 2 bars. And now we see it's these faster moves out of dashing, et cetera, et cetera. When we first look at the projectile nerf, we're like, for what? Like, what is the reason behind this? Not only do they have a vision that they don't share with us for a year and a half, so we have no idea what's going on. So it makes every decision they make questionable. Then when they do it, we're like, okay, good. people are saying, Tom, give them credit because they finally did it. Do you know how hard it is to give characters new moves? You know what's harder than giving characters new moves? Making a whole fucking movie called an expansion. That's what's much harder and expensive than giving a character a new move. What it appears to me is, yes, I'll give them credit. They are finally realizing their vision of the game, and they are making the game better. And we are starting to see how they want the assist to play in. However, I cannot condone saying we're going to hold off on doing this because we have to make a $50 DLC first.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem for me. And two, if somebody says, well, that's Warner Brothers' fault, Warner Brothers didn't say make an assist system which you're not going to be able to complete because you don't know how to do it right, and the game's going to come out incomplete, and you can't complete it because then we want you to start working on an expansion. Then, and only then, can you complete the game. And also their communication and customer service has been piss poor. So really kudos on finally showing us your vision, but we had no idea what it was. And it took a year and a half to get there.
Do you think it's a little too late?
I do think it's a little too late because I don't think you can survive a launch like the game. Keep in mind, Christmas, year one of the game, people couldn't even play the game online because the game was desyncing over and over and over again. How many casuals got Mortal Kombat for Christmas and they go online and they're like, well, this sucks. The matches keep desyncing. Like, this is stupid. And even when Chaos Reigns came out, like, the word on the street was not good. It was like, I paid $50, but I don't really think the initial product was worth $50, right? Mm-hmm. And there's no communication, so we don't know what they're planning, but we're out there going with the characters. They'll never say... NRS doesn't use a system that works. Even if they can't say anything, they have community leaders. They have influencers that they can use to pass information along from, which we can't confirm or deny anything, but we can steer the community in a more positive direction because we see the directions the game going.
Yeah.
They are silent, they are quiet, which has, the positive side, quote unquote, saying this is the best game ever, it's saved, it doesn't need any problems. The game is better than... I mean, let's be honest. This is probably the first time the game has really starting to show what it should be. But we've been hearing for a year and a half after every patch, the game is better than ever. Like, the game was garbage for almost a full year and a half. Its first year was abysmal. Abysmal.
Mm-hmm.
So, listen, I'm going to give them credit because we're starting to see that vision. But it's. I think things take so long because the community is like talking to children. We have no community leaders. Anyone that tries to be a community leader, they say is washed. Like, nobody will ever say, well, Tom's 47. He makes God knows how many $100,000s a year. I would probably retire too if I was that age and I was making that kind of money rather than try to win tournaments. I could come back to placing top 8, but then I would live in a cardboard box. So I'll probably take this life instead. It's tough to have a discussion because, you're washed, or you don't know anything, or when was your last top 8, or like, what does this have to do with the clear issues of the game? Mm-hmm. Or, your character's downplaying. It's not about if someone's downplaying a character or not. Does the character need something? Is the game lacking in certain areas? And if you say that for any character, the character's being downplayed, everyone's carried with the character, blah, blah, blah. It's so hard. It's so hard to have an intelligent discussion. Mike, you have tried to have an intelligent discussion with somebody on here about Mortal Kombat, and nobody comes up.
Yeah, it's radio silence. That's mostly why I tend to get you and PO and the same faces on, so we can have that discussion and then bring on other, because there has been good people that have come on here, not to challenge us, but to just have general chit chat. But the people like Cherney, whatever, they're the ones that say a lot on Twitter, but they don't really have anything of intelligence to say when given the chance. But I wanted to ask you, what do you think this update is going to have any effect on Evo numbers?
No, I don't.
At all?
No. I think the Evo numbers will be poor. I think they'll always be poor. I think if this game came out like this, I think if Mortal Kombat came out more complete and more like some of its previous titles, it could have had easily 2,000, 2,500 at Evo, which is still Look, there's no shame in having half of Street Fighter. There is no shame in that. That's still
Hmm.
a lot of people for a game. Um, but I think right now, I don't think it's going to affect the Evo numbers at all. I just don't see that changing.
What did you think of Madame Bo? Because when I saw her and I saw her paired with Sub Zero, it just, I don't know if I was reading it wrong, but it felt like in the right hands the opponent would be trapped, essentially being vomited on, being frozen, then being frozen again by Sub, then being vomited on. Like, it seemed like an endless loop to me, unless they've got some checks and balances.
This is the problem I have. I liked Madame Bo. I think ultimately my criticism of them is how they've delivered the product. At this point, it's no longer the product itself because it's starting. I would be disingenuous if I said it wasn't starting to show improvement drastically. When I look at Madame Bo, like you said, what you said, the first thing you thought of was Sub Zero.
Yeah.
It made me wonder, like, do they have certain character pairings in mind when they're going to release a cameo? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, this cameo will be good with this character. And the next problem is when you're trying to complete and balance the game, if the cameo was designed to be half of the equation and it takes a year and a half to put them all in the game, how can you possibly balance it?
Hmm.
Because you always have that X factor. We're making a new character, but we've got 10 more cameos coming out. How are they going to play with a cameo that we haven't even built yet? You see my point? So the cameo system by default, I believe, has forced them to be extremely slow
Hmm.
with the characters. I feel like they probably should have had the vast majority of the cameos released or at a more completed state early on. So there's no X factor. We know we can make a character to be XYZ or buff a character in certain ways because we don't have an X factor of we buff the character these three ways, but now we have a cameo coming out in 6 months that is still not even fully complete that's going to break this character if they do that. You see my point?
Hmm. Yeah.
So I think the problem is the game can never really be completed until they are done with the cameos. There's no possible way you can properly complete the characters if there is an X factor that hasn't even been created yet. You see my point? And then you
Yeah.
have to kind of like. So I think the game is going in the right direction. Finally, I don't think the true because what's going to happen is Madame Bo is going to come out. People are going to say it's like Farah on steroids, like day one Farah on steroids, or something like that. They're
Hmm.
going to complain about how much life she gives you, or complain about some mix-up that she has, or whatever it may be. And then NRS is going to have to look at certain characters or certain things she does. So again, when I see that kind of stuff, I'm like, man, NRS is just there's always something they do that derails their own vision, their own design. And I will give them. People say I never give them credit. I will give them credit. We are starting to realize their vision, but they get a lot of negativity because they don't tell it to anyone.
Hmm.
We can say whatever we want about Tekken. The only thing we don't know about with Harada is what he's going to do about the cheating. We know what direction they want to go with some of the characters. He's
Yeah.
very upfront with that. Now we don't know what he wants to do about Heat and some of the other offense in the game. But when it comes to where they want to go with a character, if they do a Tekken talk, they'll usually at least try to talk that out with us. The Mortal Kombat will have these ideas of what they want to do, and well, we have to make these moves bad because we have a cameo coming in the game in 6 months that are going to make these moves good. So let's hold off on them till that cameo comes out. Then let's revisit these moves. One, that's a stupid way to do things, and two, they keep us in the dark constantly about everything.
Hmm.
So yeah, they have really caused their own downfall, really, in this game. I don't think there's any way to save it just because of just how horrendous the launch was. And I don't think we'll ever see the final vision until at least they have made the last cameo. Then I think the true final vision we'll see.
Do you think? Oh, so you think there's more cameos coming after this?
I hope to God no. If there is a Combat Pack 3, what they should do is put the cameos change the game more than a new character.
Hmm.
Because the cameo dictates how other characters can play the game. You see my point? So a cameo is significantly more game changing to the meta than a character. With that, a chameleon changed the meta for how many characters when she first came out, right? So a cameo will change the meta more so than a single character will.
Hmm.
And because a cameo can affect multiple characters. Um, I think if they do a Combat Pack 3, if there are cameos, the cameos should be done before the characters. So this way
Yeah.
they can just work on improving the game and not having to, we'll make a character like this, but let's hold off because we have Madame Bo coming out in 6 months. Think about it. This game, Chaos Reigns, came out, what, September?
Yeah.
What are we in,
September. Yeah.
March? So how can they possibly know how a character is going to play with Madame Bo when she's not going to be finished for 6-7 months?
Yeah. They're kind of just throwing shit at the wall.
Yeah, so they kind of have to. And then as the cameos become touched a little bit and more complete, now they can say, okay, let's go ahead and do this to this character. Let's add these moves here. Let's buff this character here. Let's give this character 2 nerfs, but buff them in these 3 ways. You know, they can start doing that because the X factors are pretty much released.
Hmm.
So I think if there is a Combat Pack 3, they should do the cameos first and the characters last.
If there is a Combat Pack 3, the cameos aside, let's say they do 6 characters again. Which 6 characters would you like to see in
No
the game?
guest characters for one. None.
Yeah.
No guest.
There's enough guest characters now.
No guest characters. What I'd like to see is just more fan service. I would like to see like Hotaru, big fan favorite character. I would like to see them put. Oh God. I was going to say a male version. Honestly, I would love for them to put like a male Cyrex Sector in the game and make them play more like their traditional selves and kind of do some kind of multiverse like those. You know, I mean, I guess it feels dumb. 2 Cyrexes, 2 sectors. You know, I don't know.
Plus the cameos as well.
Yeah, plus the cameos, right? So it would be stupid.
Bit too much.
I always thought that, I don't know, that, or not add them, but make like a multiverse version of them where you could either pick the current Cyrex or Sector or pick, you know what I mean? Not take up a character slot, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, just an alternate version.
Yeah. I would like to see definitely Hotaru. Oh, man, so from the MK Cabal, I would like to see Cabal back in the game again.
People are saying Kano, Jackson, Sonya, but I actually think it'd be better off if you don't put those guys in the game now because people want them so much. I think just hold off until the next game. Yeah, I wouldn't put them in.
Don't put no. I wouldn't put Kano, Jax, or Sonya in the game. I would
Jade?
put. Man, there's so much they can do with this game.
What about Jade?
No, not Jade. Don't kill me, Jade fans. But,
Scarlet?
I would like to see Scarlet in the game. Cabal.
Where's Nightwolf?
Nightwolf hasn't been around in a long time. I could see Nightwolf being in the game. That would be a good addition. God, is it really going to be 6 characters? I mean, there's so many. See, the problem is I know there are characters that are hated, like Suhao, that people would rather die than put in. I would like to see Frost put in the game.
Aaron Black?
If they do Aaron Black, I mean, and they do another story mode, can you please not make him the bitch of the story mode again, like they do all the time? You know?
Yeah, he's the jobber.
You give him assless chaps and then you make him a jobber. Like it's very disrespectful to the character. No, not so much Aaron Black. I would actually, they could create a new character, just the Mortal Kombat character. I know they would never do that because it requires work and they don't do that in NetherRealm.
The whole MK1 roster is returning characters, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing I don't like when there's the cameo version and then the character version.
Yeah.
That's like, I'm playing double Sonya or double Kano or like, I don't know. Because the problem is, like Kung Lao, for example, because his cameo has certain moves like low hat, teleport, the regular character doesn't. So you have Sonya and I mean, what are they going to give two Sonyas with leg grabs, with rings, with? I mean, it's just stupid because normally when they use the cameo, they take the move away from the character. Doesn't have the move the cameo does. You see my point?
Yeah, that's
So
really weird.
yeah, like Scorpion's got certain moves, but his character doesn't have it. But Kung Lao has certain legacy moves, but his character doesn't have those legacy moves.
Yeah, yeah.
It just doesn't make, I don't want them to do that. They'll probably do something like that with Kano and Sonya, and then it's no longer those characters, which is why I don't want, or Jackson. I don't want to see that. So I think a 3D character like Hotaru would be really, really good. Scarlet, I think, is a big fan favorite. Doesn't get talked about enough. Scarlet's got just as many fans as like the Melina fans had in MK11.
Yeah.
So Scarlet would be a good addition.
Do you think
Yeah.
are there any like random ninjas they never put in the game, like hidden codes and stuff that became characters? Because like Pink Floyd was a pretty
Pink
cool
Floyd.
addition.
Yeah, Pink
But
Floyd.
do you put him in as playable because he seems like horribly broken?
Um, no, I wouldn't put Pink Floyd in. No, I wouldn't put Pink Floyd in at all. Um, I would just go just more core Mortal Kombat characters. Cabal, Nightwolf, Scarlet, uh, characters that are kind of like omitted from the game. Um, I mean, they can have a lot of fun with this, or really with characters that they put in.
Yeah,
But I think they should be Mortal Kombat characters. You
yeah.
know, I, the reason there are several Mortal Kombat characters that I would want to see, but they are cameos. And from what we've seen, they normally take, at least with like Kung Lao, like Sector and Cyrex don't have, like Cyrex's bombs are different because regular Cyrex has some form of a bomb, right? Um, Sector Cameo has homing missiles and things like that. So the new one has their own version of it. I don't want to see like Kano either not have knives or have a new version of knives, or give Kano like up ball or something like that, but he doesn't have like straight ball. Like they would find some weird. We're gonna put some weird new fun spin on it, and it's gonna come out like shit. So that's why I don't want to see the MK characters that are cameos in the game as
Yeah.
characters. But I definitely think they should keep it like core MK roster. They could put Jarek in the game instead of Kano. Um, there are characters that can put in the game that are from other MK. So it doesn't have to be Kano. It could be Jarek. It could be so many other characters from the 3D MKs as well. They can put those in there. I feel like their goal should be putting as many Mortal Kombat characters in as possible, and not like. I mean, I feel like Mortal Kombat has an obnoxious amount of guest characters.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. If they do another pack and add another 3 guest characters in as well, we've got Peacemaker, Omni-Man, what was the other one's name? Homelander, the Terminator, Conan. Forgotten who's the other character.
Uh, Ghostface, Conan.
Ghostface, yeah. So we've got
Yeah,
6.
yeah, 6. It's too
That's
much.
too much.
You're
That
gonna
is
put
way
3
too
more
much.
in 9 guest characters? Like,
Yeah, you've got enough. You've almost got half of like a normal fighting games roster of just guest
yeah, I
characters.
just don't want to see. As much as I would love to see Michael Myers, please don't put him in this game. Like, don't disrespect him like that. Don't do
Yeah,
that. Don't do that. Most people don't understand Michael Myers. The movies like Friday the 13th, things like that, they were put in there just because, like, hey, this Michael Myers guy is making money. Let's go ahead and make, other people like him.
yeah.
Michael Myers is, I mean, I know Leatherface was, I believe he preceded Michael Myers, but Michael Myers is kind of the original boogeyman. So,
This is definitely someone that doesn't play fighting games. Imagine buying a fighting game to get all your favorite characters in, and you see characters that don't belong in the game, and there's 9 of them. Do you know how ridiculous that is?
I mean, like, here's what I understand. The Mortal Kombat community, people just kind of like, the word complaining is so kind of weird. Like, for example, there are certain things in games that people don't like. What I've noticed is if you talk about certain aspects of the game, it's complaining. But if you talk about like for example, like you would Tekken, right? If the Tekken players talk about defense, they're complaining, right?
Hmm.
But if the other players that talk about offense, they're not complaining. Like we don't want
Yeah,
any defense. It's just kind of weird. Everything is labeled as complaining. We got PL 1000 in here.
that background is sick.
That's what we want.
That
Yeah,
is
but
right. Yeah,
I
that's what
think
I
the game
want.
is getting better though. The game is honestly getting much better. I mean, like, but not enough people are going to come back.
See, I love this because this is exactly what I mean. People didn't play the 3D era games because the 3D era games had the 3D era characters have come back, but they've only come back in name. These are not the same characters from the 3D era. Tom and PL, you can corroborate. Their personalities are completely different to the point where, like, if you just change their names slightly, they're unrecognizable. They're not the same characters at all. They brought them back in name only.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's an example. If you say Sonya, give me a couple of moves that come to mind.
The up kicks, the what's that gun thing that she does? She shoots
The
across the
rings.
screen. Yeah,
Oh, oh,
the thing where she hooks your body
yeah,
and then she slams you back.
you have leg grab, square
Yeah.
boost, and
Yeah, she
rings,
doesn't
right?
have the bicycle kicks either anymore. She used to have bicycle
But
kicks.
her cameo has leg grab, right? Rings and square boost, correct?
Yeah.
That's what her cameo has. Okay, those are moves. Jax, what do you think of? Ground pound, backbreaker, right? Doesn't he have those moves?
Yeah, on the cameo.
Okay, so here's my point. Darius. Darius has moves like um, his low gauntlet, then he has his mid gauntlet attack. None of those are in the game.
Hmm.
Then he has one of his infamous moves, his Gauntlet 3 launcher. Doesn't have that in the game. Every move Darius has, where the fuck did it come from? He doesn't have a single one of his 3D moves. And when this game is out, when it first comes out, here's Darius. But you see, like, people are using the mixed cameos are more like Kung Lao for hard to blockables, not Tremor for hard to blockables, not Darius. Darius is probably the worst of all the mixed Vortex cameo setups. Is Darius? He's the worst and least optimal of all of them. But he comes from a 3D game where that was the character strength. Darius should be the most busted of all the characters that are going to vortex you or mix you. And instead, he's the worst of all the cameos that would cause the vortex or mix. You would much rather pick Sindel with Tremor or Sindel with Lao or someone like Lao or Tremor for hard to blockables long before Darius. I'm not saying Darius can't do it, but he's not even close to them, which is just stupid.
Yeah, I all this whole talk about 3D era characters coming back, like yeah, they've redesigned them, and I think that's the problem. Like if you bring a character back that we haven't seen for years, and then you just scrap all their moves and give them a whole new personality, then is it really the 3D? Is it the character that we? So yeah, they brought them back in name, but it doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you guys, like, if Combat Pack 3 is not coming, do you think Injustice 3 is the right move?
Well, from what they said, they're just going to keep doing Mortal Kombat stuff. So like, I don't know if they're going to just do a sequel to the current thing that they have out, or if they just move on to Injustice. But I think regardless, whatever is the wrong move, they're going to pick that one. So if we think if going to Injustice is the wrong move, they'll probably select that. I don't know. Like I think they just are going on a schedule at this point. Like, all right, make Mortal Kombat now make this game now. But then again, they did do MK11 and then into MK1. Maybe they'll do another MK game. I have no idea, honestly. Like at this point, I try not to even think about what they're going to do because it doesn't line up with what I expected them to do
Mm-hmm.
and what I would do if I was there or I would try to suggest to do. But it is funny because a lot of people like Just Swift, he's suggested a bunch of stuff on TYM, and everything that he suggested made into like this update.
Oh really?
Yeah, so I don't know, man. Like some ideas they might like, or they might like my ideas. But I'm not saying that his ideas were mine, but I'm saying they might like my ideas out of someone else's mouth or something.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't know. At this point, I've just been focusing on like Street Fighter and Fatal Fury. So like whatever they do, I'm just like looking at the game as a fan. So if I play it, is to like I said before, like I'll play T1000 and see like how good he is and all that stuff. But I'm not seriously looking at the game anymore.
Yeah. Well, but if they were to do an Injustice game though, like what do you think it would need to be successful going off the back of like Injustice 2?
All right, so if they just took Injustice 2, the game itself, like how it is right now, Injustice 2 is still really good. All they would need to do is give us like a good lobby system that incorporates the community with for more interaction. Like look at what Street Fighter 6 does. They have a whole world tour mode that ties into the battle hub because you can use all your customizations that you get from the one player
Mm-hmm.
mode in the battle hub, but they could just have more stuff going on in the
Oh,
lobby
I gotta take
outside
this
of
work call
just
real quick, Mike.
Yeah, go
oh,
on.
yeah, I just like playing matches. They can have like mini games in there for people because there's a lot they could do with the DC IP as long as Warner Brothers allows them to do it. Like they actually have a lot of potential because a lot of people love DC, but I mean people aren't happy with the movies or some of the other games that they came out with, so maybe they won't. But who knows? I heard that they talked to what's the guy's name who was it James Gunn? I
Yeah.
might be right. They talked to him recently, so they might have something already going on. They're already mocapping stuff probably and lining
Oh,
stuff
really?
up because that's I mean as far as their game design development, while one game is already being developed, they already have a team developing the other game.
Mm-hmm.
Like no matter what they have going on, like Ed Boon has spoken about that, so they could be just doing a straight up Marvel fighting game, or they could be doing
Oh
a
God.
DC game. Because remember, they spoke about being interested in doing that. So I think they want to do something in the realm of working with like superhero characters,
Yeah.
but also like there's a lot of other man. Maybe they have like a pop culture uh, game or something. I don't know. There's so much that I've heard them say they want to do, but we don't know like what they're going to do because it also depends on like what their investors want. Because we saw that with Warner Brothers, a lot of people criticized MK1 looking like it was supposed to be a DC or Injustice game, but they just switched it over at the last minute. So we don't know.
Yeah, I did ask the developer that was here about that, but he said it wasn't the case at all.
Mhm.
But still, when you look at it, you're like, it just looks too similar to what I'd
Yeah,
imagine Injustice to
like
have
Shao
looked like.
Kahn having horns just doesn't make sense. Other than what you said with Steppenwolf, like
Yeah,
it does not make sense for Shao Kahn to all of a sudden just have like demon horns. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't even fit his character to me because he's supposed to be a dragon or from the like a dragon type of I don't know race or something.
yeah.
What dragons you seen with horns other than like I can't even think of what the horns in. I mean the dragons in Game of Thrones don't even have horns like that. I mean if they have horns, they're like little small spikes. They're not going out and spinning and stuff.
Yeah. Hmm. I want them to do another Shaolin Monks game personally. I would
Yeah,
like
I
a
want
Shaolin
one of
Monks
those
too, and
too.
I'd like it to like follow. In MKX, Sub Zero and Scorpion sort of made up, and that was the first time
Yeah,
we saw them get on the same page. I'd like them to follow something like that, where they got it's like a good cop, bad cop kind of story mode, and they go through whatever together to get to it. It doesn't have to necessarily retell a part of Mortal
yeah.
Kombat, but it can just be its own thing. Because I think honestly, the fighting games section of Mortal Kombat needs to cool off, and I think people need to miss the franchise a little bit. And I think if you get people to reconnect with the characters through a story game like Shaolin Monks, it might win over some good favor rather than just jumping straight back into MK.
I mean, they could do that, but now it's like they've written themselves into a weird situation with the multiverse and stuff. Because honestly, I don't care for Kwai Lang Scorpion. I just really don't. Like it's hard like playing with them. Of course, you got the skins and all that stuff in the story and whatever. You can just disregard it. But I I prefer Hanzo Asashi as Scorpion.
Yeah, I think Hanzo not being the Scorpion in the game is one of the worst things they could have done,
Yeah,
especially because Kuai Lang is like the most lukewarm idiot I've ever seen in my life. Like he's not Scorpion. He's
yeah. Like
just
he's his own thing, and I think Kwai Lang as a character is not bad, but still like they should have had Scorpion, the real Scorpion, come in the story or something because I remember reading about how they was saying this the story was going to be like a bunch of things have changed, but they all go back to being what they are supposed to be originally, but like in some weird, bizarre way. I think they should have just brought Hanzo Sashi in, but they brought him into Invasions, but it's not the same thing. He was just mad because his girl got with Sub Zero's brother, but in
Yeah.
a different timeline. I don't. It's just they will have to do like a new Big Bang, but they already did a Big Bang type thing with the new Liu Kang. So it's like, oh, where do you go from here? I think the whole there's a Titan everywhere. That's basically a Titan for every character that's in Mortal Kombat. Somebody becomes a Titan, and then they're going to invade. Like, where are you going to have them all invade? And then it's basically like I'm not opposed to that game, but it has to make sense with the story. But what they've done, like they've kind of ruined it. I do like what MKX did with the story where Sub Zero and Scorpion was doing stuff. The way what they advertised for the MKX story was dope from the comic and everything, but then like they ruined it by having Cassie be the one to be Shinnok. It made no sense.
Yeah. Cassie's just...
What they need to do is an extinction level event and wipe the whole universe out and restart it. Like, I mean, just restart it. Just Ed Boon come out and say, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. Let's just none of it was canon, and we're gonna restart the story at a different point. Like
Liu Kang was dreaming.
Like enough. Like, man, there's so much they could have done. I mean,
don't you think it'd be better for them to go back to just before Raiden was about to die in the original timeline and just retcon from there? Because we already have so much lore in the original timeline to go from.
Are you talking about when he was fighting all the demons and stuff? And then
No. In MK9, it picked up at the end of Armageddon, and as Shao Kahn goes to smash his head in, it goes back in time. He sends his consciousness back in time.
Right. Okay.
What if you just retcon it so that he doesn't get his head smashed and somebody like blocks his hammer? Someone survived in Armageddon, and you just make it so that.
You're trying to pull a War of the Gods to where there's no way level 4 Goku can happen. So like that's what you're trying to pull. No. But here's the problem. Just because they'll fuck that up too. I mean, like, look, as the brains of the story was always John Tobias. They have no idea what to do without him. I think they should bring John Tobias back.
I agree. 100%.
And say, John, if anything, just do the story.
Yeah.
Because it's his story. Ultimately, the best story Ed Boon did on his own was MK9 when he said, just tell John's story. With some additions. And I thought it was cool how they brought Raiden back in time and then was like, oh, Shao Kahn ends up winning at the pyramid anyway. So now, even if we stop him, he still wins anyway. So we have to let him win prematurely so that the Elder Gods stop it. I thought it was pretty cool how they did that.
Yeah.
But there was nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with Shao Kahn being the boss. There's nothing wrong with these types of things.
They seem really reluctant for him to be the big bad guy.
Because it's John's character, and then there's the Ed Boon. I mean, it is what it is.
Do you think the reason John's not there is because Ed Boon doesn't want to bring him in and show
No, the
him
reason
up?
John's not there is he wanted a piece of Mortal Kombat, and Midway was like kick rocks.
Really?
That's why he left. Tried Tao Fang, that didn't work out well. But I do feel like they should bring him back for at least the story.
Mm-hmm.
I do 100%. I think they should bring John back for the story. The game just needs a complete. So again, I know there are a lot of people out there. Tom, you always insult the game. Let me say this again. I think the patch looks good. I think their vision for the game looks good. The game is looking like it is somewhat of an enjoyable place. However, it does have some downsides. Sikander talked about how garbage the online is compared to offline. Maximilian had said he'd pretty much rather string himself up than play one game of this online.
Yeah, he really
the online experience is just not fun for him. PL has talked about multiple times the agonizing experience of the input delay of this game on the console. But even on PC, I think the online part still gives its own way too much input delay in general.
Yeah, it's whack. PC is I mean, all right. So I just tweeted about this issue earlier. So I'm going to actually get T-1000 because I mean that's my favorite movie character villain. Like Terminator 2 was my shit. That was my first movie I remember watching, and I want to play with him in lab and just see how he does versus the whole cast because I'm just curious.
Sure.
But I have Chaos Reigns on PC.
Oh yeah.
But I have to buy it
again
again on console. It doesn't give you like cross progression or whatever from PC to console. You already buy it, so you got to buy it again. So that's one issue. But also, like, dude, PC is 150 gigabytes, man. It might be more now because T1000 coming out or whatever. But it takes up too much space on your PC. So you're better off like deleting it and then just playing on console anyway, unless you got like extra hard drive. But even that. So if you get it working, it just is not stable enough. Like I got it on PC because I thought, well, we know that they don't do their PC ports. They have someone else,
they don't
whatever.
do
But I was thinking like maybe this time, PC would be good, and I was hoping it would help with like input delay and stuff. Because what I was basically trying to do is like you play on PC, you can simulate how it would feel if you were playing offline on console because you can change the hertz and stuff. But it does like feel good, but I can still feel like the input delay is it's annoying as hell. Like if I block a poke and I counter poke, they can still beat me out as if the move was an advantage, and I'm like, that's not real.
Yeah,
you got to be really. It's like you got to pretend
too
you
much input delay
ahead of time.
Too much input delay.
Yeah, it's just too much input delay.
So again, for all people, Tom is being negative. The patch looks good. We are starting to see the direction they are going. This is what they want me to do. They want me to constantly reiterate something good about the game before I talk about something. So yes, the game looks much, much better. However, to talk about the story and whatever, this is where I'm going with it. Man, it's so hard to get into Mortal Kombat where is Hanzo Hasashi as a cameo? I mean, Scorpion is Kuai Liang, and Sub-Zero is Bihan. Cyrex and Sector, I don't know who these fucking characters are right now. So much of the soul is out of the game. Like so much of this, it doesn't feel like Mortal Kombat. It does not feel like Mortal Kombat. It's
they could at least, when you say, all right, say when I pick like the Mortal Kombat 1995 Scorpion skin, give him different voice lines when he talks to everybody. So it's not like Kuai Liang Scorpion, it's like that Scorpion or something. Man, they could at least get that.
No, they would mess that up too. It really, it's like there's just something about this game that I hesitate to want to talk well about it because I don't want them to ever do anything like this again. I look at MK kind of has these things. You have the 3 arcade Mortal Kombats. 4 is kind of its own deal. 4 kind of like ended the universal high punch, low kick, whatever, that kind of shit that ended that. Then you have the 3D MKs, which kind of ended with Armageddon. Then you have MK. Yeah, Armageddon was kind of like the last of that genre. And then even though you had DC was more similar to 9 than the other 3D ones.
The animations were very similar, weren't they?
So like MKX was like the end of that era. And now you have 11 in this. And please, for the love of God, let this be the end of this era and move on with something else. They literally just retcon and rebuild it. Like the story, dude, stop with MK1. Like, stop with that. No MK2. Stop. Fire God Liu Kang. Bro, you have so many villains. You could have remade the Deadly Alliance. You have Zombie Liu Kang. Fire God Liu Kang. Raiden's a human now. Who is making this shit up? Who is doing this? Like, who? Now Cyrex and Sector or Gender Bent and like
Madame Bo, Boraicho.
Madame Bo. I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, go ahead and check out the sales of the new Captain America, brother. The direction you're going, NRS, doesn't end well. All right? And I mean, by the way, ask Disney how people are excited for the new Snow White. It don't go well, brother, when you start going this route, man. When you start like
Is the new Captain America any good? I haven't watched it yet.
It's shit. It's shit.
I can't see Papa Doc as anything
shit.
but Papa Doc.
I mean, it's so bad. It's
not worth watching them.
It's not even, bro. The Red Hulk. Oh my God! It's disgraceful what they did to that character. Harrison Ford should just be embarrassed to have played in that movie. Like, I would have said, hell no, redo the movie with me out of it. I'll give you your money back. I won't do this.
Wow, that bad.
It was that bad. It was that bad. I mean, like, it's the Red Hulk transforms at will. He doesn't get angry and transforms and then transforms back to a human when he calms down. Mm-hmm. They don't even know what they're doing with their own characters anymore. I stayed in the movie just to see if Ed Boon was in the cast, in the credits, because I'm like, only Ed Boon could fuck something like this up. And one day when myself and Mike do the history of MK9, you're going to hear how stupid Ed Boon truly is, because I'm going to break all the old NDA shit and tell you just all the truth.
We can do that soon. I know people you might have missed it because I voice noted you, but I was like, do you want to do that? But I think you were talking about
MK9. I mean, like, honestly, like, the game is it's becoming in such a much better place, and I want to compliment it, but I hope this abomination never gets recreated. So that's why I don't.
I think they're gonna. I was optimistic, and I was like, they're gonna scrap everything. They're gonna start again, but there's something that I have a bad feeling that
they need to.
I have a bad feeling they're not going to. I have a bad feeling that we're gonna get not a cameo game, but we're gonna get, because MK1 kind of looks like MK11 sometimes. It's not a massive departure. I think that the new MK, whatever comes from it, is gonna kind of look like MK1, and people are gonna look at it and be like, not again. I honestly don't feel like they're going to start again.
Yeah, I think they need to start again. Like, start again and really do it the right way this time. Like, enough. MK has a story that an idiot could tell and make it good. And yet somehow NRS finds a way to fuck it up. NRS, that kid in school who's uncoordinated and goofy and always fucks it up for the whole class? Mm-hmm. Or like Full Metal Jacket, Private Pyle, when he first joined before they went ahead and beat him with the soap. That's Ed Boon. NRS is the Private Pyle of the video game world. They find a way to fuck something up that they cannot be fucked up. This is what they have done. I'm very happy for the players that you can start to see their vision for this game. I am not happy that their scene is going to pay for it because it took them a year and a half to get here. I'm sure at the end of year 2, their vision will be fully realized, and we'll look at the game, if you look at it in a vacuum and ignore the problems it had within its first year, how poor the launch of Chaos Reigns was, and if you ignore how just incomplete the game was for so long, you look at it and say, wow, I mean, if the game was released like this, it would not have been received as well as other Mortal Kombat games have, but it would have been received well enough to still have a very strong presence in the tournaments.
Yeah.
Instead, people just don't seem, they say they enjoy it, but I know it's expensive to travel, but for some reason, Mortal Kombat players would have you believe that Tekken players have to spend less money than Mortal Kombat players. You know what I mean? Because, it's expensive for everybody. It's Tekken players come over here, and some of us go. It's more common for people to come to the States than it is for people in the States to travel to other countries.
Yeah.
All the tournaments are here, but people do it. Even overseas, they'll still travel. Like Arslan Ash will travel to other countries on that side of the world before he comes. He's not always here.
Yeah, I know he's just gone to Korea, hasn't he?
And I know he's sponsored, but most Tekken players that all 4,000 something people at Evo last year were sponsored. Let's be honest, and it's expensive to travel. But for some reason, Mortal Kombat's the only one where it's crippling, which means the Mortal Kombat players are either the biggest bunch of fuck ups in God's green earth that their life is so fucked up that they have not even $1 to their name to travel, or they just don't like the game. You know, and it's tough to have a discussion because just common sense doesn't apply to the Mortal Kombat community. Yeah, I understand it's expensive, so isn't it reasonable to assume that even though other games are just as expensive to travel for, yet people still do it, is it possible that those players embrace their game much better than you do? And that's why they're willing.
Because, like, if somebody's going to bring up the numbers, the Mexico tournament just had like 200 people show up.
And that was great.
Yeah, okay. And I think Texas Showdown might be third in intro.
I heard, and that was great.
Yeah,
and so that was great.
I mean, the game might pick up or might be picking up.
I hope it does. I hope it does. I think the Evo numbers will still be under 500, unfortunately. They're going to get the dog water beaten out of them by Marvel 2, which any modern game that sells as much as Mortal Kombat should be embarrassed for. And I'm glad when people are traveling. But when we talk about these things, we don't say it to crap on the game. We're saying, like, what a reasonable person, what other conclusion would they come to, right? So for all that this game is doing right now, and I'm very happy for the players, it actually I heard a lot of people say they are very excited to try the game again. However, Mortal Kombat is still able to obtain but not retain. I believe the game will obtain a bunch of players again, but will again fail to retain them 4, 5, 6 months down the line. That has been the problem that the game has always had.
Do you think that it's a good idea for NRS to try to expand into Asia and make the games more for the Japanese and Korean and Chinese market? Not completely. No. I'm not saying new to the whole Western side of it, but I'm saying like maybe change a few things here and there that might welcome in more people from different places.
No, and this is why this should be proof that people that wear animal costumes make really shitty CEOs. Don't ever, because the problem isn't people playing the game. You are already in more households than Street Fighter. You are already in more households than Tekken. To say, oh, I know the problem, it needs to be in even more households overseas. If you can't keep the attendance of the households that are in your primary market, why would you then think to focus on another market, which you're still not going to gain them anyway, no matter what you do? So what's going to happen is then you're going to end up in the middle where you have some people from Asia, not most. You have some from the West, not most. And everybody's still unhappy. Focus on getting your primary audience happy. And then it's very easy to get the Asian marketplace into the game. All you have to do is have settings to get the gore.
Yeah, no
out.
blood code. Or do like the Super Nintendo release in Mortal Kombat.
I think if it's in the game at all, they won't allow it. Like, if it's in the game at all, they just won't allow it.
Why don't they allow the gore in the game? Because there are some very gory Japanese games, and even the new Silent Hill trailer that came out, like, it was a little bit graphic.
Yeah, Ninja Gaiden is pretty graphic,
but it's to a whole new level. I think maybe if they went another thing, man, there are so many things that I want. So listen, guys, I know you guys think I'm a Mortal Kombat hater, and I'm very sorry if I've been too negative on the game. But can we be honest? You have some people that are insufferable. When I watch a tournament, I want to watch a tournament, and I want to watch the players play. I don't want to hear the fucking commentator say, "And who says this game is dead? You're a fucking moron." Like, you. Because games that aren't dying don't have somebody say, when you take your 10-year-old son to the doctor doesn't come out and say, "And who says your 10-year-old is dead?" Nobody, because he's 10, right? Now, he might say that if you're 80 and say, "And who said you're on the way out?" He says that because when you're 80, you're on the way out. So when I hear that, I'm like, what are you doing? So believe me, the Mortal Kombat community, you are a bunch of stupid kindergartners in adult bodies. You truly are. You truly are. It's tough to have a discussion with them, but you have to understand, like, I don't want the negativity toward Mortal Kombat, but it's very hard when it's tough to have a real discussion. Like, again, if I'm talking, hey, random Mortal Kombat fan, day one of the game, man, I'm just a little confused. I'm a Sub-Zero player. I'm just a little confused with, the slide. Like, why is it toned down so much? I guess I know they're trying to do something with the assist, but I don't really know what they're doing with it yet, because obviously it had no changes yet. Sub-Zero was just nerfed from the beta. Or why is the ice ball so slow? Or why is this clone 2 bars for 3 clones that doesn't do anything? Like, I don't understand. It doesn't refreeze. It doesn't, whatever. I don't understand. And here's typical MK player. The downplay! Isn't he the best? What are you talking about? And it's like, I'm dealing with a gorilla. With a gorilla! And the Mortal Kombat community is so stupid, they'll say that I should be imprisoned because I've insulted gorillas, because they're more concerned with things like that, with, and who voted for what president, because they're fucking stupid. The Mortal Kombat community, you don't even know how the world fucking works, and you're tweeting about politics. You are stupid fucking people. The politics, you should never give political advice. You don't even know how the world works, and you're talking about politics. Idiots. You're idiots. And
I've got a question for you, Tom.
Yeah.
I've got a question for you. Avocado Meat TV asked, what if Injustice 3 goes 3D to test the 3D/MK market?
They should never make Injustice again.
Oh, damn. Why?
They should never make Injustice again. One, the Mortal Kombat community isn't big enough for a second community. It's a dumb idea to say, we're going to make Injustice. All right, what does that mean? That means Mortal Kombat's on hold for the next 2 to 3 years. Stupid. So, stupid. Stupid. But anyway, back to the point. The Mortal Kombat community is tough to discuss the game with, because they're too concerned with arguing your political views, or are you insulting men, women, gorillas, animals, foxes. Like, they're too worried about that. And it's tough to just talk about the nuts and bolts of the game. And if you finally got somebody who is just going to talk about the game, all they're going to do is tell you how every character is broken, everyone is carried, everyone's downplaying their character. And it's like, do you have a brain? Are you able to talk without just blurting out these stupid words? It's very difficult to talk to them. Mortal Kombat, unfortunately, is the youngest generation of fighting game players, which means they're the dumbest generation. They have no fucking idea how the world works. They have no fucking idea about. They have so little fighting game experience, right? Like the twins, super top players, right? The Chilean twins. If I say, you know what they should do, like this game here was whatever. I don't know. I wasn't born yet, so they don't have enough knowledge, like, to really understand, like, what when we talk about things, Mike, we're like, man, this was fire. They should do this. They should do that. People don't understand that, So, like, again, you have some people, like, I'm sure you could talk to them, about the game, like Foxy. You bring Foxy on here, what is he going to do? Is he going to talk intelligently, or is he going to try to piss everybody off and get the chat involved? Like, dude, what are you doing? Have a fucking conversation about the game. And that's a microcosm for how the game is. On Twitter, you can't have an intelligent conversation. They're going to tell you how your character's broken, how it's whatever, but their character has 13 bad matchups. And I mean, like, it's so hard for the community to have an intelligent discussion without name calling, without ad hominem. I mean, I literally saw somebody tweet something, and someone goes about the game, and the replies were, "Didn't you do this?" And I'm like, and it had nothing to do with the game. It's something in their personal life. I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with this? It's so hard for the MK community to have a discussion. So it just turns to a bunch of kindergartners trying to talk to an adult. And, oh, well, what do you know? You're washed. All right, brother, I'm washed. When was the last time you did anything? You're even more washed than me. You're squeaky clean, brother. I mean, like, it's hard to have a discussion with people. And because of that, the community is a mess. And because we can't have discussions with other people, can you imagine how hard it is to have? Who from NRS would want to have a conversation with people in the Mortal Kombat community?
I think you're right, because I obviously I do loads of live streams with loads of other communities, and yesterday I did a live stream with the Bleach community, or like the anime community, and we disagreed on what type of fighting game the new Bleach game is, but we had a really good conversation. Like there wasn't any name calling, it wasn't any pissing on each other or whatever. It was really really a very cool conversation. I really enjoyed it. And then when I go on Twitter and I see the MK community discussing things, I'm just like, man, what happened? Why do we all hate each other so much?
Yeah.
I mean, playing a game where they kill each other in it. I mean,
it doesn't matter. I mean, like, or how many people, if I talk about the game, will say, "Oh, you're just salty because you're washed, or you're salty because you want Sub-Zero to be the best." And I was like, brother, I played MK9. When the fuck was he ever the best? Like, what are you talking? Like, it's so hard for me to like. It's like they assume because most gamers, how do I say this correctly, are not good, but they all think they're experts.
Hell yeah.
They assume and they speak out of a place of saltiness because they're not where they want to be. They assume that even if you're an all-time great who is now retired, that you must also be speaking from the same place of salt from losing. You know? Mm-hmm. And it's like, no, I did what I did. I'm okay. You know, I am not jealous of the current players. I support them. I want them to live their best life. But let's look at the game because something's not right here. I'm looking at the numbers. I'm looking at the feedback on the game. Let's work with NRS to make this better. But how can NRS work to fix anything when it's like, imagine NRS in a room, and it's like them listening to a mob shouting 100 different things, and every one is something different, right? It's tough to really like, what should we do? You know what I mean? Like, what is the right route? The community is so divided. And they can't even be divided in an intelligent way where we agree to disagree. But you can agree to disagree, and sometimes a lot of good ideas come out of it. Maybe some of this idea gets put in, some of that idea gets put in. Mm-hmm. The only words the NRS community know, hey, NRS would say, hey, what should we do? NRS players, they look at their list. Words I can say, broken, carried, the downplay. That's my feedback, NRS. And they're like, what the fuck does that mean? What's downplayed? What's broken? What's carried? What's whatever? Like, they don't understand. And then if I try to make a video about something, oh, he's complaining again. You just want the broke. I mean, it's so stupid. You're just salty. You're just bitter. You're just PL. He's salty and bitter. He's a 3-time Evo champion. What the fuck is he salty about? He's talking to you, a nobody who has never done anything, and yet you think he's salty and not trying to discuss the game. Like it doesn't make any sense. So it's very difficult for NRS to do anything. I also believe that's why the communication is so shit poor. I think if NRS was more transparent with the direction of the game, or at least use their content creators in a constructive manner and say, hey, all of these content creators need to get on the same page. No more of these stupid insults. You know, I don't want to see True Underdog doing a video where I'll say something or someone will say something and he'll do a drama video where like the guy will insult him and he's like pretends like he's dead in the chair. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Hey, your game that you love is going in the fucking gutter, and that's what you're doing. Like, everybody needs to get on the same page. All the content creators, all the all-time greats need to be on the same page. Discuss the problem without the words, the downplay, carried, washed, salty. Have a discussion without those words in it, and just talk about the game and the issues and establish some type of leadership in the community to which NRS can be more communicative with those players who have a good understanding of fighting games, a good understanding of the issues. Even if they all don't agree, they can convey their points clearly, intelligibly, legibly to NRS, and NRS can give them feedback back. And then these people, having an idea of what NRS's vision is, don't have to speak matter-of-factly, like, oh, they're definitely doing this, but they could say, hey, I think I would look forward to seeing X, Y, or Z, or reassuring the people that things are going to be okay.
Yeah.
But not in like I don't want to call it, God. You know what's so funny? People can shit on me all day long, but if I try to talk about one of the people that are just overly positive, it's like, oh my God, Tom's shitting on them, hating the drama. It's so tough to just get out of the fucking drama of the community. It's so tough. Like, but with it's just hard because we just all have to be like, more united. The MK community cannot be consumed by their stupid, petty differences anymore. Think about it.
Do you think it trickles down though? Do you think because they make poor decisions at the top, they don't communicate, we don't really know what's going on, people start guessing, it's a very young player
The
base. Do you
problem
think
is,
that
one, people look at the leader like it's Sonic Fox. And in the words of um, Padme Amidala, when she asked for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum, I call for a vote of no confidence in the worst leader in the history of leaders, Sonic Fox. If this was pro wrestling, Sonic Fox would be the Diesel, the worst drawing champion of all time. Under his watch, the game has gone in the toilet. You know, and I'm not saying he's not a great player, you know, an all-time great player, but I mean, just to no, you know, very capable of having a great discussion, but he's too busy talking about whose dad's mouth he should jizz in to have an actual discussion about the game, you know, like, or so stupid. It's so stupid. Again, we just really need, like, leadership. Like, everyone to drop their ad hominem attacks. Everyone, as I'm saying it about Sonic, which I apologize, but I mean, come on, man, let's just stop this shit. Let's just all. We already, the rest of the fighting game world, the MK community, under their own admittance, says the rest of the fighting game world is already shitting on. In their mind, that's what they say, by their own admittance. So, what is the MK community's option? Here's what we should do. While everyone else is shitting on us, we should shit on each other at the same time. How are you going to grow? How? How are you going to grow? It's impossible. So, the first thing is, if you want to get out of the outhouse, stop throwing each other down the shithole of the outhouse. First of all, you know, be more unified. Stop the ad hominem attacks. Stop the, you know, I know what you did last summer. Didn't you look at someone the wrong way last summer? Didn't you call somebody he instead of they? Can we stop this? Like, enough of that. Keep it focused on the game. Take community leaders who understand fighting games, who are also all-time great players, or you know, commentators, or you know, whoever, who are leaders, and they can all be on the same page. There's no reason to say, "Oh, you're the positive side, I'm the negative side." There shouldn't be a positive or negative side. We all know early on in this game there were a ton of issues. Why were we split down the middle between a side who says the game is saved every patch when we know it wasn't, and a side that says, well, because you're going to hammer how this is the best game ever when we know right now it's not, we're going to hammer how in the shitter it is, when really neither should be happening.
So Tom, you're analysing things that youngsters really do not care about at all. It's preaching to the choir. We agree, but your target audience is deaf, dumb, blind, and thinks their ignorance is funny.
I mean, that's true. That's true. However, it's tough to. Developers need information. People that make games need information, right? What is the problem with the game? And if you say, "Oh, well, this is broke," why? Right? Explain it. And most people will describe why something is broke as let's just call it MK&Es. It's, "Oh, this is broke because all this." Translation: I don't like dealing with it. You know, why is it actually? What we have seen in the Mortal Kombat community, in a game that was supposed to be as broke as MK9, you had a character that could hit you one time, only win one tournament in the life of the game. Cabal, who was hands down the best character in the game, you would rarely saw multiple Cabals in a top 8. Yeah. Rarely. And for anyone that says, "Oh, well, that's because the players weren't whatever back then," try it. Come to MK9, pick up Cabal, and show us how good you would be. Most of these people here would be shit with them. You know, I mean, like, people like to think the game was easy and scrubby, low learning curve, etc. And I'm not here to praise MK9, but what I'm saying is we have overcome a lot of things.
Yeah.
People have overcome a lot of things that were truly broken. You know, I love how Sajam will say things like, "Oh, back in the day, defense was too strong because doing nothing was the best option." What Sajam doesn't tell you is that, because he wasn't there, is doing nothing was the best option because offense was so fucking busted, you couldn't get hit once. So we had to do nothing because you couldn't get hit.
Yeah.
It wasn't because defense was so overpowered. It was because offense was so overpowered. We naturally had to be more defensive. But humans, we gamers have overcome some of the most
Human.
bullshit. Humans have overcome a lot, but I mean, gamers, we overcome some serious fucking bullshit in fighting games that were truly just over the top. What the fuck is this? And it's been beaten. So nothing today is anywhere near that level. Does some stuff need to be addressed? Yes. However, too much gets lumped in with the word broken.
Yeah.
Annoying is also considered broken. And this is the problem. Modern players, especially in the Mortal Kombat community, cannot discern what is broken from what is annoying. This is the problem. And so it's very difficult.
Just before you go on, Tom, just before you go on, I wanted to say that there was a lot of people in the last week or so that were asking when you two were going to come back on here because they wanted to come on here and ask you guys questions. So are you guys okay answering questions from people?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't know what that was never told. It was just like when you get Tom and PL back on, we want to ask some questions. So if you guys are in the chat now on Twitter or on YouTube and you want to call in, now's your chance whilst Tom and PL are talking, and I'll add you in. But obviously keep it respectful, otherwise you're going to end up in a Urban Boy music video again.
Oh my gosh. No, but the players today, in MK especially, they can't discern broken from annoying.
Also, let me say this. That's not just MK. That's like everybody. Because even in Street Fighter...
Well, MK has the youngest.
Yeah, they hella talk about, they downplay a lot of stuff. But I also see just as a whole, people don't know how to gauge if something is broken or not. And they don't even have their own threshold. But as you said, they just go by whatever is annoying to them and is hard for them to deal with. Mm-hmm. And then they try to mold the game around what they think is fair and say everybody should, like even the Spark and Zero community, they'll complain about everything besides throwing hands, which is literally just pressing X to sidestep or pressing square to attack. That's really all they want you to do. Anything else outside of that, powering up, sparking mode, doing beams, doing whatever, anything else, they complain about it and call it broken. And it's really not, that's not what it is. So it's unfortunate, like, we don't have a specific, I mean, like me, I have a guideline for what I call broken, like Super Turbo Akuma, which unfortunately has lost more and more of his prestige because people don't play Super Turbo.
True.
But that was the benchmark for what you consider a broken character. Because one, outside of you have to do a special code to select him, when you did select him, he 10-0'd the cast. There's like, his worst matchup is like a 6-4, his favor. Because nobody could compare his zoning, nobody could like compare his damage or anything. And he was basically like, as powerful as Akuma would be, he could do jump back fireball, neutral jump fireball, very difficult to stop. And that, like, so I will always use the example, like, say you get into talking about people using characters that are broken to win. I will compare it to Super Turbo Akuma, and then it's like, well, will you give credit to somebody who beat you with that character, or would you say it's not fair, or will you discredit it? Because then we make a gray area. Because now, like in the fighting game community, instead of calling something broke, because remember back in the day, banning shit was very regular. They would ban Shin Akuma, ban Guy Rugal and CVS2, maybe because he's just on console or whatever. We'll ban Kratos, we'll ban like different tactics and shit that's straight up broken. But now the fighting game community today is all about, well, win at whatever cost. If it's in the game, it's good. If you got a win button, literally, that's fine. So now,
yeah, I think that's BS.
Well, that's true. People don't understand. Well, I just figured out why my mic always sound bad. I didn't realize that this wireless headset was projecting and not my Blue Yeti.
I've got I was at the WWE event yesterday. I got invited to go and try out the new wrestling game.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that Roman Reigns is broken in that game. His Uranagi is unreversible. So if he grapples you and does Uranagi, you can't get out. You have to hold it. So this guy entered the tournament. No one knew that Roman Reigns was broken, and he just spammed it and he won the whole tournament. And he's there gloating and stuff. And I was looking at him like, bro, no one could do anything. So and then he was gloating like he did something. And I like him. He was a nice guy. Don't get me wrong. He was a very, very nice. But I was like, but you cheated. That's what you cheated.
That's what I'm saying.
It was very annoying to watch.
The problem is with games being so accessible, everyone now thinks they're a pro level expert.
All right, hold on, wait. While we're here at this point, because I don't want to get lost. So, as we're talking about broken characters, my big argument for a lot of broken characters is that if the developer acknowledges and changes them, did that win count? Like, look at Homelander last year, had a block infinite. They allowed him to rock at that Evo. Cassie Cage 1 year, she had a 9-frame poke that was 0 on block. She could just keep doing over and over and over. Nobody can challenge it. Alien, Batgirl. I'm just saying, I'm throwing out characters. Like, I'm just saying, Superman, all these characters. Like, do we say every win matters, or do we like say, oh, everything's broken? Because players will sit and cry about things being broken with no guideline as to what is good or not, right? And then still go win with that, but then give credit. It's like, which one is it? Are you?
But I mean, players who understand fighting games and who are high-level players, especially people who have been high-level players for years, understand what's a problem and what's not. The problem is basically what the video games, fighting games have done is created what I call the 8-foot rim problem. The NBA, if they were to say, the slam dunk contest needs help. Let's lower the rim to 8 feet for the slam dunk contest, and then everybody can dunk. And now we'll really get creative. But they remove the athleticism is less impressive because now everybody, maybe I could do, two flips in the air. I can't jump as high as you, but I can do two flips in the air and still dunk it. You know what I mean? I don't have your athleticism, can't jump as high. I can't even dunk on a 10-foot rim, but I can do, what I mean? So you'll have like Tom Holland doing Spider-Man stunts, winning the dunk contest. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make it better. It just makes it more accessible. So then everybody then thinks they're an expert dunker. You didn't save the dunk contest by making it more accessible. You just allowed more people to dunk. So in video games, it's the same way. You're not saving the game by making it more accessible. You're just allowing everyone to actually believe they understand fighting games.
How do you feel about the new dash macro that they found in K1, where you just really have to hold?
I mean, it's just of course, something that should be more difficult is made simpler by a bug.
100%.
Usual. The dude used from Mortal Kombat. Yeah. I mean, that's all the reason. So it makes it very difficult. The Mortal Kombat community has no leadership. It's got no direction as far as communicating with NRS because they're too busy fighting each other. They constantly use baby words like broken, carried. Well, broken, I guess everybody uses, but carried, the downplay. The word downplay is used more in the Mortal Kombat community than probably any other community in the world. And another argument, people will say, I think this should be changed with the game, or maybe some of these characters should be adjusted. And they'll say, don't you play this top character? Why should you have an opinion? Because, like, what? Tekken, you know this, Mike. Don't you play Fang?
Yeah,
don't you play?
To me all the time. It's so annoying.
What does that matter?
Right.
Or how about this? Somebody will say something about the current Tekken game. Didn't you play pre-patch Akuma in Tekken 7?
Yeah.
What? So what? Like, it's like...
Weren't you playing Leroy?
Yeah, it's so hard. Man, Mortal Kombat is the biggest offender of it. The problem is other games have enough of a legacy that they still have, like, a knee. Street Fighter has Alex Valle, right? Mortal Kombat, if you had an Alex Valle, they would just say, what does that matter? Isn't he washed now? Why should we listen to him? Like, it's very hard. If there was an Valle of MK, it's very hard to really bring the community up, which is why I think it's taken the game a year and a half to get to this point. The problems that NRS has in their process of like, hey, this is kind of an issue. I would say the game that takes the least amount of community feedback is Mortal Kombat. The least amount of community feedback. And that's probably because look at the community. It's a bunch of animals, raging. That's not a Sonic Fong thing. Joke. I mean, they're literally a bunch of, so it's just really hard to, the people in the community don't even want to engage with it. Why would you, a developer, want to engage with it? Developers used to engage with us. They used to. But like I said, now Mortal Kombat players don't use big boy words. They use, hey, what do you think's wrong with the game? The downplay. He's carried. Yeah, I mean, dude, what? Can you speak in a fucking sentence? I want the Mortal Kombat community to have a discussion about the game, and they can't use the words downplay, carried, but broken, things like that. They can't, they can't washed. Take those words out and have a discussion. It'll be the most silent room you'll ever hear.
Are you guys okay to take questions from Quad?
Sure.
Yeah.
Quad, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah.
you, man. Fire away.
Okay. All right. How's it going, Tom? I'm a huge fan. And how's it going, PL? Same to you. Here's my big question to all of you. Do you think Mortal Kombat at one point, when the game first came out, had a better competitive community because everybody was heavily endeavored to the game? And if so, do you think that we should just have like a more like stronger like association in terms of organizing the more competitive players to divide away from the casual players that are trying to trash on the game?
The game had a bigger. I mean, like technically they have a bigger audience now, but if you want to, I guess, compare for the era for inflation of players now with gaming, the reason why those games came out a little different and the community embraced them better is because the community was a little older. You had players who were older, who had a better understanding of fighting games, who were also top players. The top player base was not people who were 15 and 17. And the online wasn't as good. So unfortunately, in a weird way, it worked out better for Mortal Kombat because you actually had to travel.
I'm so sorry to interrupt your discussion. Crod, I won't let this eat into your time. I need to show PL and Tom this right now. So only just come out 40 minutes ago. I know the chat's going to have a field day of this.
Oh, I don't know. Oh my God. What is this going to be?
Brace yourselves. These are the registration leaderboards for EVO right now. And right at the bottom
Is MK.
is MK1.
Yeah,
you were right. You said that Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is going to beat the stuffing out of it, but so is Grand Blue and Under Night in Birth.
Yeah.
If you took the sales numbers of Guilty Gear, Grand Blue, Marvel 2, and Under Night in Birth and combined them, it wouldn't equal Mortal Kombat 1's.
Damn. The comment section as well, people saying we're so back. Well, you were right, Tom. Like you were lenient actually.
This is what I've realized. Let's talk about it. Clearly, the plane tickets are cheaper for people that play Marvel vs. Capcom 2 than the ones that play Mortal Kombat. The Mortal Kombat community, by the way, isn't Marvel Capcom? So let's look at it. You can say,
"Hey, it's coming out with the Capcom collection."
Hold on. I'm gonna say one thing because I believe in logic. True or false? Street Fighter 6, you can argue Asian audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tekken 8, you can argue Asian audience, right? Mm-hmm. It's big there.
Yeah.
Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves. You can argue still maybe a South American or still an Asian audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guilty Gear, definitely an Asian audience, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Grand Blue.
Yeah, I'd say so.
It has one. It's got a presence there.
Yeah.
Because we're just talking about, let's just say it has an Eastern audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
It has a place in the East. Even Grand Blue has a place in the East, does it not?
Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah.
Under Night in Birth, it's an anime game. It definitely has a place in the East, right? It doesn't sell anywhere near as much as a lot of the other games, but it has a presence over there, right? Do you know what region primarily played Marvel vs. Capcom 2?
America.
And even in America, a game from 20 years ago is beating the shit out of Mortal Kombat 1 with primarily 99% American players.
Yeah.
Even America doesn't want to play its own fucking game in MK1. This is atrocious, And again, let me just let you guys know that it must be that the Marvel vs. Capcom 2, the airlines, like Sonic Fox said last year with the EVO numbers, the world is conspiring against Mortal Kombat. So I think the airlines know that Mortal Kombat 1 is at EVO. And they have raised the price if you are traveling from Mortal Kombat.
Player.
I mean, do you understand that this clearly shows that Mortal Kombat 1, the players don't want to spend money for the game. The tickets are just as expensive for Street Fighter, Tekken 8, Fatal Fury, Guilty Gear, Grand Blue, Marvel 2, Under Night. Yet I'm positive these numbers will severely dwarf Mortal Kombat 1. Like if you do a chart, like it'll probably be like Street Fighter, like it'll be a Street Fighter, Tekken, then you get to Marvel, Grand Blue, and then Mortal Kombat. Like that would be like,
all right.
that would
now,
be like.
How about this? Which game, in order, do you feel like take the most skill to win at Evo?
Take the most skill to win?
Yeah, in order.
I mean, I don't want. That's subjective. I don't want to go.
Is it?
It's subjective.
I would say
that's an opinion.
Probably Marvel vs. Capcom 2 might be at the top, and then I would say Tekken 8.
Now, if I look at this, now the Tekken 8 players, we know the Mortal Kombat community was literally clowning on Tekken 8 when they released the numbers. Ha! We're still the king of sales.
Wait, did they?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, because Tekken only said it was selling not even 3 million yet. Is that game dead, Tom? Now I want you to look at this leaderboard. How does that possible? How does a game with... In fact, I'm going to say if you take Tekken 8, if you take the numbers from Tekken 8, Fatal Fury, Guilty Gear, Grand Blue, Marvel 2, and Unright and Birth, and combine them, they won't sell as much as MK1.
We can actually get those numbers right now.
They won't sell as much as MK1. Combined.
Can we actually see the numbers right now?
Yeah, if you go to Start GG and go to Evo right now, then you can look and see. I think you should be able to. Usually on Start GG, it'll show like the amount of entrants.
All right, Crod, if you want to ask your question, then I'll find this, and then sorry for interrupting. I had to bring that to everyone's attention.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, just like another question that I wanted to ask is, in terms of your experiences of how much development has been put into FGC competition, what would you say in terms of, like, I guess at the player-based skill level, in terms of what the metas that you have encountered, like, do you feel like that players that have been at the very top for like games like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter and Tekken to just use characters that don't take skill to just help them win at a high level tournament? Or do you think that games are not displaying the right skill for the right characters for players to compete at a high level?
No such thing as doesn't take skill. That's what we've seen is stuff that takes not less skill, I guess, but less effort with maximum reward. So that is what is winning. And we see less character loyalty as well, because I feel like certain skill sets are being patched out of fighting games. Because developers are more gearing toward the offensive skill sets, and they want to remove like some of the defensive skill sets. Like if you are that type of a player, you need to learn how to play a more offensive style, or you just shouldn't be allowed to play their game. This is kind of like how developers are looking at it. So I feel like offense is never complicated. PL's Lao wasn't what it was in MK9 because it was complicated. It did it because he just had a much better understanding of reading what you were going to do than other people. Because people would look at it and they say, well, just jump and teleport. You know what I mean? But when do you do that? It's the decisions you make at that level that do it. And he's never tried to say, oh, you know how hard it is to execute my spin? I got to do down forward. Yeah. But the offense is never overly complicated. It's the decisions you make that make it that way. What they have done is they said, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take offense that normally isn't overly complicated, and we're going to say, you know what? We're going to make the decisions even easier for you. You can hit them low. You can hit the overhead. You can throw them. You can combo with them. They just taken easy routes, easy ways to. A term we hear today is, how do you open someone up? It's like you used to have to open them up, and now the games open people up for you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, just systematically, like in
Yeah.
MK9, less characters had overheads and lows that even combo starter or even had it. Like Lau had I mean, you could say his back three and forward two were 50-50, but forward two was like 20 frames, back three was like 11, and you can't even hit confirm back three. You have to just do back 3-3 spin and hope it connects. And forward two didn't give you offense; it actually hit you, and it was 0 on hit. So
but
like,
you've never tried to say that it's so complicated to
no,
character,
even
right?
the just frame stuff. Like the only thing that's tough with Lau is just navigating that he didn't have any mids to hit people. Like, yeah, I know I just said he had the overhead forward too. Like I said,
But it didn't combo.
And it's unsafe on block. And then the back three is also unsafe if you just do back 3-3 spin. And it was so point blank range, you can't really use it. And it's too slow to counter poke with it. So you had to use of open there and try to get them to do that. You have to do 2-1 or 1-1, 2-1, which were high starters. So the idea
you have to get them to open themselves up.
Yeah, because in MK9, if you crouch block, you still have to block a high like it's a mid. So for you to avoid the high, you have to release block, and that's where the mind game would start. But that's a very risky way to play because you block spin, Lau could die, and a lot of characters had good uppercuts. They all had good down threes. That's why I hated fighting Sonya and Melina, because they could just play the whole neutral with down four.
But you see all the tools he listed right there? He listed like 10 different moves, 10 different strategies. None of it is complex to execute, but the decisions on how to do it are what made it. And you can't just take someone, right? Let me give you a more modern character. I'll do this low, or I can mix that up, put this into a cancel and overhead. Or if you block them both and you're going to guess right, I'll throw you, and that'll combo too. Well, that's pretty simplistic to operate. And then you put somebody who's really good at fighting games and give them that, and it's not very complex to do, and it's not very advanced to do. You see my point? You know, developers, it's not that their characters are these bullshit skillless characters. So fuck these players. They don't have any skill. They're not winning with skill. I hate when I hear that a player is not winning with skill. The player is winning with what the developer gave them to win with. However, what the developer has done is allowed the character to do probably a lot more of the lifting for the player than the player has to do for the character. And they have created these games in which things kind of automatically, Tekken hates heat system. Perfect. Harada, like, you know what? Why these poor players have to deal with you backdashing and sidestepping? Your sidestep shouldn't be as good as some of the previous games. Your backdash shouldn't be as good as previous games. And even if you find a scenario where that can work, we're going to do this. So now you're locked in place, minus 100 million, and you're going to eat this safe mid that combos and plus, or eat this safe low that combos, and you're dead if they hit. Oh, and if you block everything, you're going to lose 50% of your life bar.
I want to say this. You know why the audience is like this? I mean, the games are like this is because the audience that was playing at that time, like all the scrubs are trying to cater to, like all the complaints that they have for Tekken over the years, they tried to address them in Tekken 8 by making the game more offensive, making movement not matter as much because people hated being like backdashed against and not being able to like master spacing. They hated having to learn all these different moves and move sets to be able to counter or deal with shit. Instead, they was like, all right, here are your designated heat moves. You only need to care about these and do these moves. And then they was like, all right, now everybody gets a power crush. Everybody gets a heat smash. And they simplified the game because of the audience asking for it. It's not so much, I don't think the developers are like, yeah, man, we just hate our audience or anything. It's like they're trying to cater to who they think they're trying to reach. Like people who are like, I would play Tekken, but I need you to scrubify it. They don't say that.
But again, these people don't even understand. I watched Mike's video on the Kuma problem, and Mike specifically said, I am not zeroing in on Kuma specifically. I am only using this character as an example to try to get my point across. And his point was, do you understand that this player, and of course he said, yeah, let me read the comments. Oh, just do this. Mike was like, get the fuck out of here. You'll do that. You'll get smacked up. You are going to find a way around this. But one of the best players in the world he made the wrong decision. But you, on Twitter, you're going to make the right decision. And basically what happened was you have a pivotal moment. This person, Joker, he said, you know what? If I get hit here, I am going to fucking die, right? I have a big life lead. If I get hit right now, it is over for me. I'm going to lose 1,000,000,000%, and then I may not even get up, right? So he said, my decision is going to be nothing. I rely on my defense. And your point was, even when he blocked everything, including mid and low correctly, why is 75% of his life missing? And the majority of the comments were, well, you don't want to hit any buttons? You just want to block everything?
Yeah.
You know how hard that is?
That
You
hurt
just
me
wanna
to read.
You just want to make
that
the
pain.
right read 10 times in a row? Well, you should lose all your life for that. What?
That
This
pained
is
my
how
soul
people
to
think.
read that.
Yeah.
This is how people think. Well, he should have to hit a button. He should have to engage here. Because he made a decision to do nothing? Well, he should be punished. Really? He made the right decision every single time, and his reward should be he didn't die, but he lost 75% of his health?
Dude, people think that I'm joking when I said Joker was making 99% correct decisions, but was punished for every single one.
I think
And then
I
the
saw
one
some
time where he
yeah,
got
yeah.
slapped, he died, obviously, because he'd already lost 70% of himself for guessing right.
Yeah, right. And this is the point. This type of stuff is too accessible. And the problem is that a lot of players they don't understand it. Games now open you up. Now Tekken is at the point where players are literally trying to argue with, it's not fair that you should be good enough defensively to make all the right reads and block everything and still have your life bar. Like, that is how bad it has gotten. Now they're like, even when we can't open you up, you should lose 50% or more. This is kind of the stupidity you're dealing with here with people. Games are now designed to open players up. You hear this. It's honestly, if you went back in a time machine 10, 15 years ago, the word, how do I open you up, was not spoken, right? Because now it is a given, like, where's my mix? Where's my overhead? Where's my low? Where's my throw combo? This is how players think, right? As opposed to, where is my strategy to make you commit to something to die? How do I use higher level mind games to get you to open yourself up where I will capitalize, right? Very easy for PL to say, oh, I'll just do 2-1 and then make the read on when you're going to respond and spin you. Because he's dead for that. His life is over, right? But these are the reads you have to make to get people. And then the read is, well, I know, when is he going to do it? Is he not going to do it? There are higher level mind games that don't involve overhead, low, simultaneous overhead and low, hard to blockable, or throw in the combo. These are normally the primary ways people get hit these days. Games are dominantly making options for the character to by default have a way to open you up. And it's part of this developers making things more accessible. And that's the problem with the game. So it's not about players, not to answer cross question, not about players winning with skill or these cheap bullshit cheesy characters. What are they supposed to do? If they say, here's a character who has easy ways to quote unquote open you up, why am I now going to consciously pick a worse character? Before there were worse characters, but the characters, I don't want to say all characters like this, because in the 90s you had some bullshit games like, Marvel being one of them. But I mean, characters in a lot of fighting games had to open you up with the player needing to do it. It was less the overhead low throw combo, I mean, like, it's everything is way too simplistic. What was it? Look at what we saw at Final Combat. Look at what we saw with Peacemaker. Run away, shot, eagerly, shot, torpedo got away. I'm cornered. I'm going to do anti-gravity into Kano and run away. And and NRS players look at that and they say, oh my God, and you want zoning back? No, that is mindless zoning. How do I say this? You ever see I'm a big Superman fan. Kill Bill had a great, they had a great line with that. And anyone that's seen this knows what I'm talking about. Where he says he loves Superman because Superman he doesn't become Superman when he put on his suit. He was born Superman. He doesn't put on a costume to become Superman. When he wears his costume is Clark Kent. When he wears a Superman outfit, that's who he actually is. He didn't become Spider-Man or Batman. He was born Superman. Mm-hmm. And they say he said he plays Clark Kent, and what are the characteristics? He's unsure of himself. He's a coward, right? The Clark Kent is how Superman sees humanity. When Mortal Kombat, you see things like Peacemaker, pre-patch Peacemaker. The Mortal Kombat design team is telling you they see their players as a bunch of stupid fucking gorillas who are just too stupid and incapable of doing anything. NRS and some other developers correlate being a casual to being a stupid person. So they believe I have got to make these games so that stupid people could do them. I'll tell you one quick Ed Boon story just so I can confirm this. Again, I was there during testing of MK9, and I was saying something with Ed, and I was like, hey, something, and Ed goes, well, about the down forward input and how sometimes the angle, just tapping down, will trigger. So sometimes on a controller you'll tap down, and because of the way controllers are, it can sometimes trigger a forward reaction slightly. I'll say, Ed, sometimes the fireball come out. You need to make inputs a little more precise. I know you want to do down forward, but there's a way that you can make him a little more strict with that. And Ed Boon goes, well, this is a direct quote, looked me right in the face and said, well, I don't want people, getting frustrated when they play my game, but they can't do a fireball. And I said, Ed, if they can't do a fireball, they need to not play your fighting games and play something else. Like, that's literally what he said to me. And here's another story. During MKX, and everyone who was there testing, my God, can remember this story. One day, we come to the hotel, and Rio is playing J360, and he's blocking something, and then he went to jump, and he got a block breaker by accident. And he's like, what? I didn't do the command for a block breaker. Why is that happening? So we couldn't figure out why. So we went to bring in Paulo and John Edwards, and they go, oh. Honest to God, that was it. One of the artists kept getting block breaker by accident. An artist who had no idea what the fuck he was doing. And he told Ed this, and Ed goes, oh my God, they're getting block breakers by accident. This is derailing the match. So they changed the block breaker to try to be an input that a moron mashing buttons would be less likely to get. The problem is, how MK has their little, their buffer window. So you would release block and jump too quickly, and the block breaker was blocked, then release block and tap up. The block breaker was coming out by accident. So it was Paulo, John, Ed Boon, and all the testers in the room. And we were trying to explain to Ed, like, no, this is bad. Like, without insulting the guy that tried it, well, we don't know who it was. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's just mashing all his buttons, and he was getting the old block breaker by accident. Like, but Ed Boon, like, no. So we were trying to give, like, other ways that it could be. And we were trying to, like, let's find an input so that it can't come out by accident, even if you're a button masher. Mm-hmm. So we were like, okay, well, instead of it being block, release, block, forward, let's make it block, forward, and then the worthless stand switch button. So you have to intentionally block breaker. And then Ed Boon holds the controller and he goes, I'm hitting this button with my right hand, but then with my left hand, I have to hit the direction and then my finger, and that feels. Honest to God, and this guy oversees Mortal Kombat. Do you see the problem? Do you see the problem? Like, that is, and we were like, Ed, no. And all the testers that were there can attest to this. All of them.
I wasn't there for this, by the way. I didn't test Phoenix.
You were, I don't think, but you know the story.
I was only there for, I heard about,
oh my God,
where they want to make sure, like what you just said lines up with what I know as far as they want to make sure, like, the most Joe Schmo person can do stuff. It's like, but
during MK9, he also told me, when I was talking about the inputs, how sometimes they're kind of weird, how they come out by accident when they shouldn't, because down forward can be fine, but the input window is way too, like, flexible. And Ed goes, when he talked about the fireball, and I don't want people that couldn't, he said, why do you think Liu Kang in the arcade, all of his moves were forward? Because he wanted Liu Kang to be that character that a cast would get on the sticks and mash forward and the buttons and the fireball and the fly kick. That was his logic. And I'm like, I'm talking to an idiot. I mean, like,
it just sounds like he doesn't play his own game. That's what it sounds like to me.
The joke, I don't know if this is real.
Just before you tell the story, I'm just gonna get the next person in here. Crud. Thanks for asking the questions, bro.
The joke.
Thank you very much, and salute to you, Tom and Peel.
Thanks, Crud. Thanks, man. The joke amongst some of the people working at NRS at the time, I don't want to say who they are, is when I said, hey, how did you get Ed or someone to sign off on putting GGPO and MKX and overhauling the netcode? They said, well, we asked him to play the game online, and he finally played it for the first time and realized how shit it was. Like, he doesn't know. I don't know if that's true. It was a joke. It was a joke, I'm sure. I'm sure that there's some truth in that, but in general, I don't know. What fighter skill sets have gone heavily downwinded by today? So zoning is definitely one of them.
Grapplers as well, man.
Zoning is one of them. Grappling, people feel so. Players today want to be offensive, but they don't understand that an offensive character against a grappler is a very tough way up, because the grappler's job is to dominate. If he gets in, it should be hard to get in. So what happens is, as they have scaled down defense, the grappler has had less resistance to get in. So what happens is then you have offensive players like Jack. I have to use MK players because they are the dumbest humans on the earth. Stupid Mortal Kombat players will play Jackie against Kotal Khan, who has a command grip. So here's what happens. Jackie player is like, I'm Jackie, I'm all over the place, bam, bam, bam. And it's the grappler's turn finally. But you say, I'm going to steal turns. It's the turn stealing meta. Grappler smacks you in the face and takes a shit ton of life from you. So you say, oh my God, I tried to mash and grappler hit me. So you say, this time I'm going to block. I'm not going to jump or whatever. I'm not going to hold up. And grappler throws me. And now grappler throws me again. It's like, oh my God, this command throw is unbreakable. Oh my God. Now, yes, bad news. When you rush a grappler down, eventually your turn will end. What do you think is going to happen to you? A stupid MK player is like, oh, why? I have my turn. If I block, he throws me. But if I hold up or mash when it's his turn, he hits me and damages me. Yes, that is what a grappler does. But because you, stupid Mortal Kombat player, have wanted certain defensive aspects removed from your game, then grappler says, oh my God, now I can come in with less resistance. And now I can do grappler stuff. So MK players say, well, why grappler in game? Get grappler out of game, right? So NRS says, okay, I'll get grappler out of game. So so now you've removed certain defensive aspects, removed grappling. What's left, right? Offense. Tom, you're full of shit that offense was in the game. Really? When the game first came out, what was the EVO Grand Finals? Johnny Mirror. What was the Final Kombat Grand Finals? Johnny Mirror. So yes, offense is always going to be there when you remove certain defensive archetypes. I know they had Peacemaker, but they said MK players are too stupid to know how to zone properly. So all they know how to do is take one character and do shot, so we'll just do that. People like to think MK9 was brain dead zoning. Maybe Injustice had some of that. And, Injustice 1, Zod, things like that. Not even that it was brain dead, but Zod against Luther. And you still had to do instant air.
What about Deadshot in Injustice 2?
Deadshot in Injustice 2 is the example of stupid zoning. Stupid zoning.
Full screen jab.
Yeah, full screen jab. Yeah, that's basically full screen jab.
That's ridiculous.
But they have
never thought about it like that.
Most people oftentimes invoke the name of Freddy Krueger when they talk about brain dead NRS zoners. Freddy had to use 4 or 5 tools in conjunction, or Cabal, brain dead NRS zoning. Try it. His zoning is not enough to win with. Try it. Watch what happens to you at high level. I mean, so there are certain skill sets that have been removed. And that's what I mean by that. And then you have Ed Boon, who just doesn't have enough of it. The problem is the guy that has final say over everything, the true judge, jury, and executioner, no matter what Paulo Garcia, as the lead designer, says, Ed Boon always, if he so sees it, has final override. And he's an idiot. And sometimes people make bad decisions, and Ed doesn't know enough to know that they're bad decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And I truthfully believe, there are some people there that I will back till the day I die. Nick Nicastro, Paulo Garcia. You know, there are people there that I back 100%, who I know they're not fucking stupid. They can make fighting games. But then I believe there's some pushback somewhere in that studio, and they just kind of like go along to get along. And Ed Boon just doesn't have enough understanding to say this is fucking stupid. Again, a guy who said, my right hand touches the button, but then I have to tap forward and the left. It was a fight to get him to do that.
It sounds like trying to teach an old lady how to
and
play.
And PL can attest to this. Myself and PL, we were guide writers for Prima and Injustice. When we were at NetherRealm for the entire testing process with every tester, Interactables and Injustice 1 were unblockable, but they did 5%. All the testers left, and then the game comes out, and the Interactables are doing 20% or more.
Yeah, unblockable and homing.
And we're like, what the fuck is this? So we're talking to people at NetherRealm, and they're like, Ed, he wanted the unblockables to be better. It was Ed Boon's keep in mind, the only override Ed Boon ever did was Interactables should do 20 to 40% unblockable in Injustice 1. Ed Boon. This is the genius behind Mortal Kombat. Please, God, bring back John Tobias. If I could just please. Like, this is the guy we're dealing. I have one more funny Ed Boon story, but I want this guy to get his question out.
All right, Will. Also, Legendary Bossman, thank you for the $20, and thank you everyone else for the donations. I really appreciate it. Sorry about that, Will. What was your question?
I ain't gonna lie, that boy Tom sounded passionate as always. Nothing but respect on that.
Yeah, try talking to Ed Boon about something and you get real passionate because you're like, does he understand what I'm saying? He just
apparently not, considering what I just heard. But this is a question for all of y'all. Obviously, this is a hypothetical. I know this will never happen. But if it does, then I'll be the first person to say this or ask this. I definitely know the current state of Mortal Kombat is getting better as far as MK1. I definitely know that. But how bad would it be if no content creator, pro player, none of them were to do anything Mortal Kombat related content, do nothing for a whole week? How chaotic do you think it would be?
Do no content for a whole week?
For a whole week. I'm talking about the whole world. Every person who has ever been in the tournament, every person who's ever done content, anybody, any and everybody who's done content. If they have not done content for a whole week, how bad?
I don't think it will make a difference for them.
For NRS?
Yeah.
Yes. For NRS.
I don't think it'll make a difference. I don't think the difference will be negligible at best.
Okay.
Why do you think it would be chaotic?
Well, just because of the conversation, as far as you have two different sides. You have a side where people are for it, just like a side of people are against it. As far as how the game is and how they're making these characters, from Cyrax and Sector having their gender swapped to pretty much Tremor, instead of being playable, he's a cameo. Not just him. You got Kano and Jax and them and things of that nature. Their cameos versus them being playable. It's just the fact that you see that these characters would be the reason why like more entries for MK1 to get much more versus it being like how Tom said it'll be less than 500.
That wouldn't
So
even matter. That wouldn't even matter. The gender bending, that's the bare minimum, man. It's that the game was so incomplete, and they really pissed a lot of people off with not completing the game before they wanted to make another sellable product. And it's like, you sold me a game for $108. Rather than complete that, you wanted to work on your next $50 purchase for me, and then you decided to complete the game. That rubbed a lot of people. For one, the business practice rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And you want to say that's not Warner Brothers, that's not NRS's fault, that's Warner Brothers' fault, so be it. But my point is, it did tie in heavily into the game faltering with a large part of its audience. The next thing is the way the cameo system was originally implemented was not very good. It was not very good. And then you also have, they did not communicate well, did not share what vision they were looking for. The sides could not agree because it was a war, because the NRS community, if you tried to offer any feedback, will start a war. Again, NRS community, here's the community. Game comes out. They did a lot of things well, but they don't have a direction right now. And I think a few things need to get done. Some of these characters don't make any sense. They rely a little too much on the assist, more than they should. You try to have an intelligent conversation. You know what they say? Hater, the downplay, broke, carried. They start using the only caveman words they know, and it automatically starts oh my God, are you hating again? The MK community, actually, the truth is the positive side is the one that does all the damage, because they automatically create a negative side. When we talk about, like, even in MK1, originally, my content was not fire and brimstone, but right away, it is seen as hate spewing for any criticism. So then the positive side automatically creates the negative side, and then both sides heavily dig in, as opposed to, this is fucking stupid to do. So that's why that happens. But the problem is the game just was not very complete. They were not communicative on where they were going, when they were going to get there. You had community leaders saying, people are hating, the game needs 6 more months. And then, of course, 6 more months later. Give us a perfect example. You're a hater. The game needs 6 more months. Okay, 6 months later, the haters, quote unquote, say, it's month 6. Is this the complete game? You guys told me 6 months, right? Oh, no, it needs a year. All right, a year later, what? Now I got to pay $50 for the more complete version of the game? I just paid $108. Shut up, hater. You know, I mean, like, so they create their own negativity, keep it this way. Imagine somebody comes up to you and you're at a sports game and the guy goes, oh yeah, I think they're playing well, this, that, or the other, but they really need this and this and this to turn things around. And I say, oh yeah, fuck you, hater. Yeah. What do you think he's going to do? He's going to be negative back to me. I have now created a negative who's going to argue. The MK community creates their own negatives and then cries that people are negative. The MK community is so dumb. They hate all their old games and all the players that played their own games, but then they will complain that people hate their current game. It's a community of masterful haters crying that people are hating and complaining about their game, all while they cry and complain about every other Mortal Kombat game ever made. It's the dumbest collection of humans ever. So it's just, the game just had way too many flaws for people to truly embrace it, beyond the gender bending. Way too many flaws to work. It was just too incomplete. And in the modern era, it's not like the old days where people don't have as many things vying for their attention. Games come out way too frequently right now. There's always a new game on the horizon. There's always something new for your attention, a new binge series to watch on Netflix, etc. So it's way too easy for people to say, I didn't get what I wanted in X amount of time. I've now moved on to something else, and they're not going to come back. This is why a bad launch can be disastrous. And a lot of people bring up Street Fighter V, but the problem is Street Fighter V didn't do a disaster into another disaster. MK11 ended in disaster, and then they launched the ending of a disaster into a mega disaster. So Street Fighter V is not, people want to skip how MK11 ended and they say, "Oh, why can't this game be like Street Fighter V?" Because Street Fighter 4 didn't end like MK11. Had Street Fighter 4 ended like MK11, and then they went into Street Fighter 5, that's a serious nail in the coffin. Street Fighter 5 ended on a more high note, even though a lot of people were still upset with how long they had to wait, and then they went in with a bang. MK11 ended on a horrible note, and then they began on an even worse note. So it's just, again, if the MK community had a brain cell, you could explain this without, again, the common words: hater, negative, the downplay, carried, all these words they use, washed, all these words that they use, right? And you can't have a conversation with them. So, but that's the main reason why there's no way to. They're not going to recover from this. Just, people are not going to come back because they were rubbed. Some will, but the vast majority aren't. It's how everything was handled. MK1 is hard to pinpoint because it wasn't just one thing. It's a combination of everything, from the end of MK11 to the launch of MK1 to all like the features that were missing, to a lot of the bugs and problems, to no communication, to how unfinished the game was, and they still didn't finish it before they put out a $50 expansion. You combine all those things to equal the mess that is MK1. It's not just one thing, which is why it's tough. Which is why it was almost doomed to start from all the things they had to overcome to get back to here. That's why it is where it is.
And throughout all of that, I definitely agree on everything what you said, because it is happening right now, unfortunately. And I only spoke about the hypothetical because I definitely know for sure that obviously it would never happen. I know it would never happen. I know that. I was just speaking about it in that way was because, whenever I do see anything MK related, it always comes back to, things dealing with Sikander, things dealing with Sonic Fox, things dealing with, people who are not as big as them, right? As far as like conflict and, always picking and choosing sides of who's right and who's wrong. Like I'm looking at it from all angles, right? So I only asked that for that reason. But
MK community, so dumb. Oh, you don't know the game. You must be talking about back in the day when Sindel Lao was winning. When was the last time that happened? Second major ago. Idiots. Fucking stupid people, the Mortal Kombat community.
All right, well, I've got to get the next person here because there's quite a queue forming.
And one more thing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Not to you, but I want to tell this one more Ed Boon story.
Yeah, go on. Well, let me read out this super chat, but I'll get the next person in here, bro. Thanks for jumping on.
All right, thank you for having me.
Take care, bro. Tom, thank you for the $5. Also, modern games aren't made for gamers anymore. It's just consumers. Don't ask questions, just consume products and get excited for the next product.
100%.
Did we miss any?
So, a funny Ed Boon story. Yeah, that one. Could I read that out?
Tom is right, and it's only NRS community always slandering older titles while praising any current MK game. I don't know, it's always the same cycle. Yeah, somebody in the chat said, isn't Tekken also doing this? Tekken's not also doing this. Tekken's slandering the current title, and they're championing the old titles. So, it's not the same thing.
So, also keep in mind, Tekken did when Arslan Ash said something, they had the modern gamer come up. Oh, you're just salty because you can't win anymore. You want to backdash all day, then he wins Evo. So first they told you he only spoke that because he was salty, right? And then so I do have one quick Ed Boon story, really quick. One more.
Yeah, go for it.
The stamina system was put in place by Paulo Garcia and John Edwards, and their idea was in MK9 they used it to address an issue in MK9 where you had some characters that built meter considerably better than others, right? And those characters seemed to always have breaker or things like that, right? Because they were building meat. You never had any bar for specials or breaker. They always did. So you had to use your bar for specials and or breaker, not both, because they built meter better than you. Well, the stamina system was put in place. So, look, if you're going to run in and you get caught, even if you had all the bar and you were a character that made meter easier, you couldn't break because of stamina bar. Or you got caught backdashing. You couldn't break until your stamina refilled, right? So maybe you might lose 25, 30%, and then you broke and now your stamina's gone. And the original stamina bar meter, the person that broke was out of meter, but you still had your meter, your stamina bar. So you could still run and do things and they couldn't. So it was kind of a way to like discourage that they were running away from me, caught them backdashing. They're just going to break anyway. No, they can't break. No stamina. They ran in and got caught. They have all their meter in the world. Still can't break. No stamina. So Ed was playing one day and he comes in there and he goes, what is this? I'm doing stuff and I'm trying to break and I'm hearing, what is that? And they had to explain to him, well, then you have done something which doesn't allow you to break. Or even actually, oh my God. One time something happened and Ed used all his stamina because he broke and he was trying to backdash or run. So Ed was like, why is this tied to this? You should be able to break or do whatever, and stamina should. So he was going to go, he goes in Paulo's office and he was going to tell Paulo, he was having a conversation with Paulo, John, and Ed about why, just unlink them, stop. Mm-hmm. And I was in there. I was in there because a few of the testers were outside of there, and some of us were in there, and we're trying to have this discussion, and Paulo is trying to explain to Ed, well, this is how someone is not going to backdash all day or run in all day or whatever, and say, well, I have all the bar in the world, I don't care, or there's a penalty to it. It's not abusable or whatever. There's always a downside to it. It kind of works hand in hand with how you build your meter, or things like that. Or now you broke, your stamina's gone, you can't run. This is to help, to stop those situations. Somebody built meter faster or whatever. Somebody's running away, or now they broke and now they get away again. We're trying to explain all this to Ed, and Ed's just like, but I just don't like. I mean, I can't run here. I can't do this here. I can't back this there. I did this. Now I can't break here. And he just didn't like the annoying, and he just feel that he couldn't do something. And to explain that took like an hour before he finally gave up on it. Like, this is like, I want you to truly understand who is the final boss of that studio. I really want you to understand that.
Dragonite, I want to come back to that in a little, just after Dragonite asks his question, but yeah, what did you want to ask, bro?
Yeah, is my mic good?
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, good, because I just moved a couple weeks ago, so I had to get all this stuff reset up, but all right, so I've been hearing a lot of Injustice 3 talk for the past 3 weeks, and personally, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I kind of don't want there to be another Injustice 3 game, and mainly for one reason, that's Batman's Kevin Conroy, because he passed away a couple years ago, but that, I feel like for a lot of people, was the Batman, and he, for the longest while, I don't know if you've seen his interviews, but he had a lot of kind of like directive control over what went on with his character. Like he could be like a no man, and for Injustice 2, I remember him mentioning something about how for the story they wanted him to do something, but he was like, my Batman wouldn't do that, and he had him change it. And I feel like now with him gone, they could bring in another new Batman, but it's not going to be like as respected as Kevin Conroy was, and that Batman's just going to let people walk all over him. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is that like Batman's a timeless character, so you're gonna have to use him eventually, even though
I get that.
He's not here anymore. So I don't know if that's a solid enough argument to not do Injustice 3. I might not do it just because I don't trust NRS to make a good game. I'd rather they just do an adventure game at this point. But yeah, you're gonna have to do Batman without him. Unfortunately, as sad as it is to say, he's gone now. So
yeah. we've seen newer Batmans and like the recent films that they've done, the animated ones. I just feel like from an executive but producing standpoint, they may not adhere to what the new Batman would want, I guess you could say.
Yeah, they won't have to, because they won't have the pull that Kevin did, because they knew Kevin was respected by the entire community, even outside of Batman fans. So the new guy's gonna have to build it up to the point where it's like he can have a little bit of sway.
He has some cachet to do that. Yeah. I mean, I don't want it to be Injustice 3 because, again, by the way, shout out to Stun Cold Stutter over there. I know I got the line, brother. He's talking about Rikishi when he ran over Stone Cold Steve Austin, that gimmick, and when The Rock was pretending to do everyone's voices like Stone Cold, Kurt Angle. When he goes to The Rock, I did it for The Rock. When he's doing Rikishi,
Yeah.
I did it for the people. Brother, don't test me on wrestling trivia. I'm old as fuck, and I'm a huge wrestling fan. You know,
I remember that. That was just before the 6-man Hell in a Cell.
Yeah, and he's like,
interview.
"Well, I'll be like Kurt Angle. I'm gonna drink a big glass of milk." Yeah,
Yeah.
I got you, Stone Cold Stunner. I got you, brother. It shouldn't be injustice for a couple of reasons. One, and again, just to show you how backwards it is. What game do people want legacy in? Mortal Kombat, right? What does the NRS say? What did you say? You want legacy and injustice and keep switching Mortal Kombat? No, we don't want the same injustice game over and over again. We change that up and give us legacy in Mortal Kombat. Got it. We'll make the same injustice game twice. We'll call it Injustice 2. Idiots. Idiots. Don't forget, guys, please go on Twitter. Make the memes. Ed Boon, the final boss of Mortal Kombat. You don't understand who you're dealing with. You don't understand. Please. I feel like, man, that movie Amistad when he's like, give us free. That's what I want us to do with Ed Boon. We're in chain. Give us free. Get rid of it. Please, Ed Boon, get out. Get out. Get out.
Is he
Get
a very
out. Retire. Please. Please free us.
How stubborn is he? Like how stubborn is he with like Paolo and that?
Oh my God, he just doesn't. I don't know. He just doesn't know what he's doing. Please, God, free us, please. We need to be freed from this. Like, you want to talk about I'm washed? I'll tell you who's washed. Edward John Boone. Right? I mean, like, please. Or there are things that Ed's great at. Having the final say of things is not. Put someone in place who can say this is fucking stupid, or the rest of the idiots that there are some people in testing who, and I'm not going to say any names, they used to all the time, oh, that's broke, this is stupid, oh my God, like that. The toxic culture of the community has made its way into NRS, and now they have the input of how the fucking games play, or what's stupid and what's good or bad. This is a fucking disaster. A disaster. Can you imagine if they had Sonic Fox and everything would be a 50-50 hard to blockable mix-up? Every character. It would play like Skullgirls, which, by the way, even they don't want that shit anymore. Even they don't want it. You're like, I mean, like,
so what do you think? Do you think Kombat Pack 2 is going to be like the last pack? Because I've been hearing from people that supposedly Joker's going to make a return somehow.
I don't think there's going to be a Kombat Pack 2. 3, I mean. I don't think there's going to be a
Joker.
They got.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from, but apparently Joker's going to come back somehow.
Oh hell no, man!
I've been hearing
Just
that,
let it go.
And please, God, I have only one thing that I'm thankful for in Mortal Kombat, that they've never put Superman in these games. Thank God they didn't put him in MK11 or MKX or MK1.
Never say never.
God. Thank God they never. What a disgrace that would be. What a disgrace. I mean, what a disgrace that would be to do that. I mean, it's horrible. I mean, like, man.
I mean, you have Homelander. He's kind of Superman, but not
That's
exactly.
another disgrace. Man, they put my God. You have no problem.
They let him rock at Evo with a block fan.
Dog, you have no problem making us pay through the nose $10 for a skin early on. Pay $50 for the worst story mode expansion ever in history. But you can't pay Anthony Starr to voice Homelander. What the fuck are you doing?
Oh,
what
also,
are you doing? Why?
Now that we're talking about
Why?
story, a lot of people seem to forget that, Shang Tsung, you can't even play as him in the base game. That was the pre-order bonus, or if you waited, you had to buy him separately. And then Quan Chi was DLC for Kombat Pack 1. So you can't even play as the villain in the game.
What a joke. What a joke. Look, in general, I don't want Injustice 3. They should not do it. The community is for what? For
Yeah,
what?
they don't know how to play two
the
games
community
at one
even
time.
worse.
And also, well, I want to say this. I feel like maybe MKX is an anomaly, but like Injustice has too much of a impact on their overall design to where Mortal Kombat just feels like that. So them going and dipping into it, doing a whole new engine and doing that, they always take bits and pieces from that engine to the next game. So like honestly, I if they did another Mortal Kombat as their next game, I'll be fine with that.
Yeah, I think I would too because I don't know about you guys, but Injustice like it's always felt like a kind of like a testing ground for what they want to bring into Mortal Kombat, like the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have any
It's
other
never felt
questions,
like
Dragon?
super fleshed out. What was that?
Did you have any other questions?
I just had one more. So
Yeah, go on.
this is regarding I think Perfect Legend. You said you used to play the PC version of the game, right?
Yeah, that's the one I initially bought. Like recently,
Yeah.
I just bought the PS5 version of it again, actually, because I bought it for a friend of mine. But
Mhm.
yeah, I had to because it takes up too much space. And before that, I was having like just stability issues with it in general. I don't
Yeah.
have any issues with any game that I play other than Mortal Kombat. So I was just like, all right, I'll just delete it.
Yeah. So for me, okay. So I play pretty much PC nowadays. I used to play console, but now that I have a PC, that's just where I game all my fighting games.
Same.
So for me, all of my fighting games except for Tekken just kind of work straight out of the box. They have an anti cheat, and I think for the most part, them having an anti cheat, I think that's a good step. Them having that because I don't know if Mortal Kombat 11 had it, but I know Mortal Kombat 1 and Street Fighter 6, but they both use easy anti cheat. Tekken 8 doesn't have anything, which is why there's a lot of cheating and hacking going on in that game. But the thing with that is do you I don't know how to word it right, but do you think they should have like tournaments for with like PC and console players together? I guess you could say.
I feel like that's what they should have did, but because they don't have the PC working the way that they want it to work, they've separated to where like Pro Comp is just Xbox and PlayStation. Because like Street Fighter has full crossplay in their tournaments. I think Fatal Fury is as well, and Tekken they do a lot of online tournaments. Well, they don't have like a Tekken World Tour for online, but yeah, that what I thought Mortal Kombat was doing is that they was going to finally let us play like crossplay Pro Comp. But last
Yeah.
year, even with crossplay available with with Xbox and PC, they still only allowed it for PlayStation.
Because a lot of pro players, I've been hearing that they say that no, keep it separate.
That's
And
probably due to the instability of the PC, so that's why
Yeah.
they're thinking that. I think if everything was up and functional, there wouldn't be even a conversation.
But
about
you're
it.
talking about like online, right? Like if it was like an
Yeah.
offline tournament, theoretically it shouldn't be a problem because
Well,
they could
offline they'll just play on like
right?
whatever platform because we got converters and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, I know you brought up the cheating and the ranked modes and stuff. For all you guys that were talking about, I saw your comments like about ranked mode or whatever. When Mike Hollow references Mortal Kombat as doing something right, that's how you know how bad it's gotten for Tekken.
Oh yeah,
That's how you
Tekken is in it right now.
Yeah.
And here's
The
the
cheating
thing,
in Tekken is so bad. It's the worst I've ever seen, and I've watched my brothers play Call of Duty, and even they said this is ridiculous.
I saw your video on that, Mike. So I believe at one point you mentioned that when you were reading that guy's explanation of how the server authentication with Steam worked. So it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. So whenever you buy something on Steam, Steam does its verification to make sure you bought it and didn't pirate it, right? But Tekken, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but Bandai, they do like their own verification as soon as you click the play button on the game. And the problem with the PC version was that every time a character would launch, the servers would just not work on PC. So if you bought like Eddie or Lydia, right, you would not get that character, and you could get your refund. But the problem was a lot of the people that got the DLC characters, they got it from the deluxe edition when they pre-ordered, right? So they couldn't get the refund because the 2 weeks had passed, or the 2 hours of playtime. So they had to wait 3 weeks for them to fix the servers.
It's been a hot mess on
Wow,
Tekken.
really?
Man. It's been a hot fucking mess.
I was one of the people that got affected by that because when Eddie came out, I couldn't play the game for 3 weeks until they fixed it because you just couldn't connect to the server. It was like the Mortal Kombat South Africa servers, where they can't play the game properly.
Wow.
That's weird.
It's been dog
Also,
shit,
I
man.
think your question, what you meant is that we could play Mortal Kombat on PC offline. That's no problem. I was talking about majorly the online functionality.
I think they could still make it work. I don't know, but that's just what I was wondering. What your stance on that was?
Yeah, yeah, I'm down with PC MK
Yeah, because
offline.
that's how I play the game. You know, ranked and like I've the only time I've ever had a problem with Mortal Kombat was in December when all that desyncing stuff was going on when Quan Chi came out. But other than that, like the game just like ran smoothly on mine, and it's not like I have like a futuristic PC either. Like I have a laptop and it runs
Yeah.
it smoothly on that.
Yeah, when the Conan update came out and I tried to play with Conan, like I posted the video on my Twitter, so you find it. We're on the background where they fight. Well, Havoc is there in the background, standing on a pillar and shit. That's the video. But like, we're trying to play, and the game literally goes to like 4,000 ms. I'm not even joking, and it freezes. So
4,000.
yeah, 4,000.
What?
Or 2,000. One of them. Yeah, I can find you the thing right
Surprised
now.
your PC don't set on fire.
I'm
And I was
surprised they
like,
didn't just kick you out of the game.
dude, I was so mad because I actually wanted to play, and I so that happened, and yeah, it upset me. Let me see if I
I
can
don't know how
find
you
it.
can play like that because by 400, like it's like 1 frame per second.
Yep, found it here. I'll post it in the thing right now in the chat.
All right. Oh my lord. All right, let me bring this up.
So this is my first time playing Conan, just trying them out, and then like watch how the game just freezes. Just pay attention to the ping at the bottom.
Oh damn.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, yeah, that's happened to me before.
Yeah,
Damn, it's
And-
gone.
yeah, it's over with. And I'm like, dude, come on, man. See, look, see the ping.
4,000.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, is
That's,
that pubs or is that like Combat League?
No, this is us playing in a private match. This is somebody
Okay.
I play with, and not just Mortal Kombat. I play him in other games, and we got off of this and played like Garou, Mark of the Wolves, and it was fine.
Because I was gonna say that happened to me a couple times in Combat League last month when I was getting back into the game, and the game would freeze and it would just end the match, and then I would lose my point somehow because it thinks that like we
Yeah.
both like quit or something.
It rage quit. Yeah, but that
That's
was
crazy.
on PC. Like on PS5, it's just super high input delay. I feel like I'm playing on old delay-based netcode when I play.
all right, Dragon. Now we're gonna get the next person in here, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, but I
I'd like to
didn't
talk to you
answer.
guys, and
Thanks for
Great.
jumping on, man.
yeah, man,
I
thanks
didn't
for having
answer
me on, man.
One of Crowd's questions, but what he did ask, like, what the difference is or whatever. It's because first of all, back then the game wasn't, the online was bad, so the community was largely offline. So do you know? We all know people don't talk offline the way they do online. You
Yeah.
know, so off the bat, you cut a lot of the bullshit out, and people can have conversations like human beings. And it was an older, a lot of older players as well. So there was a lot of leadership in that. Once I think a lot of the games kind of went there way to like a farther extent than MK11, and it was more a younger crowd, and a lot of the older players didn't like the game, and it was predominantly online. Then anarchy broke out.
Yeah, 100%. Happened with all the scenes, unfortunately. C4, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Yo, what's good, PL? What's good, Tom Brady?
What's good, C4? What's up, brother?
Not much. I've got. Can I ramble for literally like a minute and a half? It won't be long.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
go for it.
Yeah. So I got into NRS games in like 10. That's when I watched it. I played Injustice because I like comic book heroes, so I bought that. And then when 11 came out, I thought, I'll give it a try, and I played a collector. And the one thing that keeps me interested in NRS is the block system. I'm not going to say the block button, but the block system. Literally every other game that I played to that point had a proximity block. And I didn't realize until I played MK11 that I hate proximity block because I didn't know about. And I like playing zoners, I like playing neutral, and I feel that no one who plays NRS games, well, Mortal Kombat, because you don't have it in Justice, but in Mortal Kombat, no one talks about how good having a block button is for neutral. So my question to you three guys was, is that just me not talking to NRS players enough, or do NRS players not care about the block button, or the block system, about not having proximity block?
Yeah, most NRS players don't play anything else but Mortal Kombat, so they don't even know what you're talking about. Like, I know exactly what you're talking about as far as proximity block, because they took it out in Street Fighter 6, and they don't even have it anymore. But it's been there for, I think, every game. I think it was also in 5 as well, and it's in other games too. But yeah, man, like, that is a testament to just how, free flowing it allowed you to be with the movement. You don't have to worry about like someone doing a jab and you just stuck from across the screen anymore. But yeah, they don't know, and they don't even understand. And once they like play a different game, they might, unless it's like totally taken out like Street Fighter 6. But yeah, I've always appreciated it as well. I see people complain about the block button or the block system and stuff because they was like, well, the block button, I can't do cross ups, and then it's really, it wasn't about like landing cross ups, it was about like landing grabs or chip damage or like hit confirming.
Yeah, that's
with the block button. The reason why is the block button also caused its own problems up until Mortal Kombat X. So the block button, and even sometimes even in X, where NRS, in their infinite wisdom, decided that there were going to be frames to come out of block. And a game like MK9, unless you're doing like a special, like, and I don't even think you can down to the frame do a Kung Lao spin either, because there's no reversal, right? You have to be like a Jedi, but there's no reversal window. It's tricky to punish things down to the frame in that game because there are frames that are trying to come out of block. There was a situation in MKX where blocking something in crouch gave the opponent one more frame of advantage. I think Slayer and Rio discovered that and talked about it. So the block button has had its own issues.
So my rating was built around people having to come out of blocks now. So if I teleport and you try to release block, I have time to like backdash away from you.
They have to come out of block.
Yeah, and then I can whip punish you. That whole game plan was about me like dash around really fast and make it seem like I'm just playing basic footsies really. I'm just doing it really quickly. But I will pretend like I'm going to hit you and then teleport, and then you would try to strike me, and now I'm behind you.
Also, I know people are going to say I'm hating and taking the piss out of NRS, but if somebody jumps off a building and breaks their leg, and I tell that story and say you're stupid, am I taking the piss out of it? You did something really fucking stupid, and I'm telling the story. So when NRS did MK9, a lot of us who knew the problem about the block button from like MKDC, or we were like, hey, there's this issue in your game, so can we have like a window where we know we can get at least our special? Now keep in mind, they didn't put a reversal window for normals until the end of MK11. So like in Tekken, you block something -10, 1-1-2. Couldn't do that in Mortal Kombat. Took you at least a frame to come out of block. You couldn't reversal. So they put that in an MK11. But in Injustice 1, they put in the reversal window for specials. I almost don't even want to say who it was. I don't want to put one of the two lead designers out there. They told us we put the reversal window in there and it says reversal on the screen. You would think they would say, oh, because, we understand coming out of block sometimes can feel kind of clunky. They said, so now people can't complain. I did my reversal and it didn't come out. Now you'll see the word reversal on the screen if you did it. This is their motivation. Even in the studio, they are still more focused on who's hating, who's complaining, as opposed to making the fucking game right. And even if they do the game right, they'll still, for the reason, do it for the wrong reason. Like, they will not acknowledge there's a problem with anything. They never acknowledged, the people were having a problem coming out of block with punishes in certain instances. They said, because people are complaining, again, a legitimate issue. People are complaining about this legitimate issue about our game already, negative context, you're complaining, about a system, something that other fighting games already have to make it feel easier. We're going to put this in there so that now you can do a reversal and you see the word reversal on screen. So if you say you did your move and it didn't come out, it's on there. NRS, are you so fucking stupid that you really believe in your old clunky system that people were lying about getting their reversal move out? Or maybe these high-level players actually struggled to get it out because of your own clunky system. And then they still didn't put the right system in for normal. So until the end of MK11.
Yeah, I think I didn't know much about the drawbacks with the block button, but I think that's just how they implemented the block button, right? Because in terms of like footsies and pokes, in any other game, like I play mostly like tag games and anime games, you can, something like Marvel Infinite, you can jab at half screen and you can't move back anymore. And the ability to have a block button where you remove proximity block entirely is the difference between making a jump in whiff or you trying to walk away from the jump in and then you have to block it. That's what happens in like Street Fighter. You can't make a jump in whiff because as soon as the attack comes out, you have to stand there because that's how you block it, right? Do you think in like a utopia of fighting games, the best option would be to be able to pick if you can hold back to block or press a button to block and then have like a slight drawback? Because I think a block button's always going to be more powerful than holding back to block. Mike can answer as well if he wants.
All right, so Dead or Alive allowed you to do both. You can hold back to block, or you can hold the block button to block. And
I didn't even remember that. It's been
yeah,
so
you
long.
can still move while blocking, but the block animation won't come out. If you did held up back, you will still walk backwards and still block at the same time, but you're open up to your lows getting hit or your legs getting hit.
Okay.
So like you didn't have to hold block to block, but you could hold up back to block. You could switch off, and there wasn't proximity block in that game either. So I mean, that's the best example of the one that exists, and it was fine, honestly.
I didn't know that.
I don't think I have a good answer for this question, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't know about a Utopia because like now we have Street Fighter 6
Yeah.
that doesn't have proximity block at all. You can still hold back.
Yeah, but that game is. Sorry, go on, Mike.
No, I was just gonna say I don't know what the right way is to go because, like you're saying, it's worked before and it's worked without it. So, I don't know. I don't think I'm equipped to answer this question.
I mean, I'm just autistic. So when I see things like that, especially coming from like Guilty Gear, where you have lows that hit you from half screen in like 10 frames, it's a case of, well, yeah, I can't make this whiff because of proximity block. So I automatically see the problem, and I'll say something like, well, if you had a block button, yeah, it's still going to be 10 frames, but you've got more autonomy in how you play neutral because you're not locked in at any given moment. But yeah, I don't know if I should I answer again because Tom's coming in now.
Yeah, you should ask him.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Tom's muted. One sec.
Of the
There you
monkey
go.
brain of the Mortal Kombat. I want to say one more thing about the monkey brain of the MK5. So I like how one more thing with the block button. The NRS community is so dumb that when at the end of MK11, when they gave you the ability to then reversal normal, right? So now you can counter poke, reversal. You can begin like every other fighting game, right? You buffer the normal when you're coming out of block, and it comes out like the buffer works. The NRS community, several actual high-level players said they ruined the game. And they said, here's why. Because now their poke will always come out on time. This is the stupid fucking gorilla brain community. No, gorillas are too... No. Whatever brain's not the dumbest form of life on Earth, not a primate. Those brains are too good for the NRS community. But again, that is what they do. When they changed it, instead of like, thank God, a lot of it was like, well, now you're doing something and you're -1. Now their poke is always going to come out. They can even mash it out and get it out. Yeah, other games let you do that too, brother. That's okay. It's their turn. So if they want to mash down 1, 2, or 3 times to make sure it comes out, And to say, well, now it always comes. Yeah, the MK community again. They were like a bunch of underwater babies that ended up becoming fighting game players. Like it's just that bad. It's just that bad. Not enough oxygen in the brain as infants, and then they grew up playing Mortal Kombat. Like it's yeah. So this is shit that everyone's dealt with. So go ahead with your question. I'm sorry, man. It's just sometimes you would not believe these humans exist, but they do.
Tom, after we've got because we've got C4 and then we've got one more person that wants to call in. I want you to just take, as long as you want, just have the roast of MK, and just get it all off your chest, and we'll just stay silent.
Is it really hating to tell these stupid stories? And if people say that does sound stupid, why is Tom being negative? Because these are the people you're dealing with. These are the people that you were dealing with, and this is who the fate of your game. And this is who relays feedback to NRS. These people.
George Bush's finest.
Idiots.
No child left behind.
Yeah, my question that Tom didn't hear was basically I was saying, quick example of proximity block versus no proximity block is in games like Street Fighter, you don't have the option to make a jump in whiff, because once they've thrown out the attack while the jump, your proximity block kicks in and you have to just stay there and block it. Where in something like Mortal Kombat, you can just decide to walk away if you've got the space and right and whatnot. I was saying, in a perfect world and we had the perfect game, would it implement the ability to choose whether you have a block button with no proximity and probably you'd have to put a slight disadvantage, I'm guessing, just because it's more autonomy to your neutral. And then you could pick to go, I don't want a block button, I'll just hold back to block. You think that would make a better game?
Not for Mortal Kombat, because then the person with the block button would have an advantage because they cannot be crossed up.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they had, I don't know what the drawback would be, but yeah, I agree that the block button is going to be better 99% of the time, but they'll have to add, I don't know, you take chip damage from normals or something. Just so there's a way for people to go, I excel in neutral and I want all the power-ups to play neutral better, which having a block button does, because like I said, you can space yourself independently to if your opponent presses the button. Yeah, I'll just ask him what you think about that as an idea, not just for MK, just the perfect game.
I don't think there should be a drawback to your block scheme. To say block is better, so let's give the block button a drawback to maximize the drawback of holding back. And I think that'd be something tricky to do. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would be very tricky to do and very experimental. So I can't think of a drawback that maybe you take more chip, but the chip would have to be extreme. And then how do you do it so where it doesn't turn up where both are fucking stupid now, right? To do. Now it's like back to block sucks, and because you're getting crossed up or whatever, and the block button sucks because I lost half my life to one string. But it'd have to be an extreme drawback, because then you'll have characters that you have two characters. One character could be tame and not have very much offense if you're fighting someone with the block button. But then that very same character could be a mix-up god with cross-ups and mix after you knock you down with a character with the back-to-block button. So it almost makes two versions of a character by default. And how do developers know how to tone that down? Well, this character is not overpowered for the block button, but extremely overpowered if you are using the hold back button. So it's just more than the blocking scheme. It's how the character will play from one to another. There are some MK characters which are just fine with the block button, but they would be ridiculous if it was no block, and you'd have to adjust the character just for the whole back to block scenario. Yeah. So it's a slippery slope. I'm not saying it's impossible, but definitely takes a lot of trial and error.
Okay, cool. That's the only question I have. I just wanted to say one other thing that I really like about Mortal Kombat. I know they got in Tekken, but I don't like Tekken. I think that's a bad game. But I like the fact that you can crouch throws, like neutral crouch to make throws with. I think Humian it's hype on commentary, but it's a shit mechanic because there's way less of a reward for calling out a shimmy because they're walking away, so you don't get a combo where crouching to duck throws and you call out that they're going to neutral crouch and not block, you get a better punish for calling out. So yeah, I think that's a really good system. Those two things are basically why I keep watching NRS games.
Okay. And just before you go, you don't think Rebirth of Souls is an Axis fighter?
I mean, do you know I don't know if anyone knows how to do maths, but 1 dimension plus 1 dimension equals 2, hence why it's 2 dimensions.
So do you think that burst limit's a 2D fighter as well?
I don't know the game, but if you tell me you can't jump or independently go up or down, it's by definition 2 dimensions. It's 2 axes.
But you understand why we don't phrase it that way, right?
Because you're not smart like me, I guess. I don't know.
No, it's not that. It's that when we say 2D fighters, everyone knows we're referring to Street Fighter, Guilty Gear, Mortal Kombat. When we say Axis fighters, it's because you can sidestep in the game, and you can go around your opponents, and you can sidestep attacks that are coming your way onto a different plane. So if someone shoots a blast at you, you can sidestep it. You can't do that in Street Fighter. So if you call Bleach 2D and Street Fighter 2D, you're going to confuse people. Well, these people that don't know anything about fighting games. So calling an Axis fighter is more accurate.
I can say, I mean, it's an abbreviation, sure, because the axis that Bleach works on isn't the same as Street Fighter. I understand that. Like, Street Fighter's on X and Y, Bleach is on X and Z, because you can't go up or down.
Really quick, because I got to go grab the kids. So I'm going to hop back on my phone.
Yeah, no problem, dude. We've only got one more call after this anyway.
All right.
Yeah, we can call Bleach X and Z 2D fire if you want.
I've been very clear with everyone that I haven't been calling it a 3D fighter. I've been calling it an Axis fighter, which is what the developers called it as well. They called it an Axis fighter. It's clearly not Tekken, but it's clearly not Street Fighter either.
Yeah, I mean, for confusion's sake, I would agree, but for definitional reasons, it is a 2D fighter, right? You would say that too, yeah?
No, sorry, mate. I can't. I get where you're going with the whole maths. I understand the maths angle, but purely on the fact that it's presented as a 3D fighting game, but you wouldn't class it as a 3D fighting game, even though you can move around the map somewhat. You wouldn't class it as that like Tekken because of the other functions it doesn't have. But you wouldn't class it as a 2D fighter because it has functions that you simply can't do in other 2D fighting games. So they were saying like 2.5D, but I don't know if that is even accurate. So I get what you're saying from a mathematical standpoint. I get that. That's not objectionable. But when I'm describing it to people, I think saying Axis is the best way to go. It's the best way to describe it. Because then I don't have to describe why it's different than Street Fighter.
I don't know if you said it. I didn't watch all of it, but yesterday's podcast, I don't know if you said Axis Fire. If you did, I would have okay, then I missed it or didn't get to that point, because the rest of it was just brain cell losing, because everyone was just they were giving it a label because of their feelings, and I was just like, yeah, that's just stupid. But,
well, I mean, the argument came up because people on Twitter were calling it an arena fighter, and I was like, that's the stupidest take out of all of this. Like, it's clearly not an arena fighter.
Yeah, I don't even have a definition of what an arena fighter is. An arena
fighter is basically a fighting game that allows you to interact with the entire arena. So you can jump over things, you can break objects, you can hide behind them, you can disengage with your enemy. Like in Bleach, you can't turn your back on your enemy and walk off. In Ultimate Ninja Storm or Sparking Zero, you can fly away, go do something else.
Right.
They turn into a little dot on the map. Some games are so big they have maps to look for your enemy. But Bleach is closer to like JoJo's or Budokai, where you have to face your enemy. You can't leave the battlefield.
Okay, I don't find any problems with that definition. Yeah, I mean, if you could jump in Bleach, I would 100% say it's a 3D fighter. Without the jump, I would say if we can't use 2D Z and X Axis fighter, I probably would go with 2.5 or Axis fighter. Yeah, one of those two. Even though I don't think you can actually have a 2.5D game.
Yeah, that's why I said 2.5 is a bit like, it doesn't really make sense. Because if you look at the Budokai games or Burst Limit, you can clearly see they're not just like how Guilty Gear or Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat's designed, but they're also
Yeah.
not Tekken. So you can jump, you can move around your opponent, you can sort of fly a little bit around the map, but you can't disengage. So I think Axis Fighter is probably the best way to describe them.
I'm cool with Axis Fire. I mean, I'll say 2D just to be like semantically correct and piss
Yeah.
people off because they can't prove me wrong. But yeah, if I was marketing the game, I'd say Axis for sure.
I'm saying 3D.
You'd be wrong. There's no three
I don't
dimensions in
even
the game.
care. I'm still saying
Okay, then.
easier to
Why?
describe.
Why?
Okay.
If I show somebody the game, it looks like they're like spinning around each other and shit. It looks like any other 3D game to me. So I would just say 3D. I personally don't care
It would
what
fall
is.
under a 3D banner because Sparking Zero is a 3D fighting game as well.
That's
But
why
we
I would
wouldn't.
say it's 3D. I
But
wouldn't. be
like,
like,
you wouldn't say like to a fighting game player like someone that understands fighting games like we do. You wouldn't just say Sparking Zero is a 3D fighting game because obviously there's a subsection of 3D fighting games that it doesn't sit in.
Yeah, but I would say it and put 10 toes down. It's a 3D game.
So you would say this is cool. You would say Bleach is a 3D fight even though you can't jump over your opponent.
Yeah, because you're still
Okay,
like
then.
moving a circular. Damn, I can't say this. A circle around each other. Like I saw the clip I saw where Ichigo was fighting whatever dude who was bald, and he poked and he was like, "Oh shit!" He went around him, and then he hit a little thing where he was behind him, and he's like, "Oh my god, dude's behind me!" Like that. That's some circular 3D movement shit. So I can't like. That's what it looks like to me.
I mean,
yeah.
Everyone's allowed to be wrong. So I
Hey
guess
man, well I'm gonna just be wrong and loud about it. I'm gonna say this is a 3D game.
I respect it. I respect
Is it because arena fighters have a bad stigma? So when you say arena fighter, they're already like, I don't want to hear it.
I won't be like, well, actually, this is an Axis game because I don't want to talk to Johnny Donuts down the street and trying to explain this fucking hella complication. They'd be like, hey, you want to play Bleach, man? It's a 3D fight. Sure, I'll play and beat your ass with fucking Bankai Ichigo. Like that's just how I look at it. Like I'm just trying to get to the matches.
I respect it. I think arena fighters get a bad rap just because of a label, which is stupid.
Caring about the bad rap we get and then just build off the people that want to play the game. Like it's the same thing I ran into with Dead or Alive, where everybody just wanted to basically. Okay, this is like a bigger problem. Like even in the fighting community, they want to cater to whoever is famous and whatever. Well, this person plays our game. That shit is corny. You should only care about who actually cares about what you're doing. Like you stop pandering to every fucking body because you want people to engage with the shit you engage with so you can feel cool. I personally don't give a fuck who plays what unless it's like, people who want to play the game. I don't have to be like, oh look, Steph Curry or somebody. I'm just throwing names out there. I love Steph Curry, by the way, but still, like that's just how people are. So then it goes into like a subgenre of that in all their games. Arena fighters like, oh my god, we want the FGC's approval. We want like shut the fuck up. You niggas are annoying as hell with that shit. Just fucking love the game that you're playing. Find other people that love to play and just play the shit. That's what they do in Smash. In Smash, they're not trying to pander to fucking who plays Street Fighter or whatever. They just want to fucking play the game that they're playing. That's why Smash, to this day, has more people playing that shit than any other fighting game.
Let me just respond to this comment, yeah. So I know Dark Elder's in the back. I promise we'll get to your question in a second, bro. But this stuff annoys me, right?
Yeah,
because
it irritates
this
me.
is somebody that does not know anything about the Bleach fighting game
Or
at
anything.
all. And has said if it's not at EVO, it doesn't matter. Yet Mortal Kombat is at
Bro.
EVO, and nobody gives a shit about it.
Cringe. That's such a cringe take.
That is a cringe take parody.
Determine what is like real and what's not. It doesn't. Evo just picks. Oh, who's supporting this game that we see and that's going to pay entry? All right, then they put it there. That's why they have an extended list too now.
To tie a game's respect if it's at Evo, just tell me you're a casual without saying you're a casual. That's literally what you're telling me.
Like they're at home watching Evo. We're there at Evo watching Evo or playing in it.
So weird.
Like look at Dragon Ball Z Budokai, right? You've played it.
I'll play that.
To play it at a good level, like you're playing someone that's really good. That game is not easy at all, and it's got Roman cancels in it, and it's got all sorts of mechanics that I think it's a more credible fighting game than Mortal Kombat. And Mortal Kombat is at Evo, so it not being at Evo is not like the be all and end all of it being a good or bad fighting game. don't forget Mario Kart was at Evo at one point. Okay, the Evo
True.
went
Yeah, they
through some
direct
shit.
sponsorship.
Yeah, Mario
Yeah.
Kart was at Evo. And some people are not old enough to remember, but I remember that shit. And I remember laughing
Yeah.
my head off.
That was my first Evo where they had Mario Kart there.
I remember seeing it. And I was like, yeah, Evo's done. It's over.
I
Dream's
mean,
We're
dead.
here 20 years later.
yeah, couldn't be me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I understand the blight. I play MVCI and Cross Tekken. I just watch the games I commentate. I don't play them. So
Yeah.
yeah, I get that. But yeah, if Mike says I'm correct technically, I'll take that. And yeah, I'll let the next guy come in.
All right, bro. Cool. Man. We'll catch you in a bit. We'll get the last caller in here.
All right, peace. In a bit.
Take care.
The yapping tater.
Oh, shit.
Tom got kicked
Where'd
off.
Tom go?
He's
Oh,
on
that
the
was my
phone.
bad. I kicked him by mistake. All right. Dark Elder, can you hear us?
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Up,
Go
Elder.
for it.
Okay, awesome. So I wanted to kind of bring up the question that you brought up last time in the um, conversation you had in the previous podcast about why the other genres usually don't want the games to be easier, while fighting game communities and fighting game developers constantly trying to make the game easier, and they all of them think it's the correct answer, kind of, right? Um, I think the real issue is not obviously some of the real issue is like the one frame combos and some of the really hard stuff that old fighting games was trying to do. But I think the real issue is not actually the other genres being easy too hard, or fighting games being too easy or too hard. I think the real issue is that mm, the the learning process, or the overcoming the difficulty in the fighting games is not as fun as other genres. And I can like bring an example. So in your when you brought that up, you were talking about PoE2 and how the community it's a little bit more complicated than simply being easier or harder than PoE1. It's about the game being slower and the dodge button that they introduced. But still, the point is valid that some of the other genres don't want the games to be easier, while fighting games for the past at least decade are trying to be more easier. Um, not everywhere. Sorry, it will be a little tangent, but not every other community is like that. Like for example, in the WoW community, right now there is like, because the race to world first is going on again with the new raid coming out again. Like people are talking about how the difficulty in the raids are getting out of hand, and it should be like a little bit more easier. But um, I think in other games, when you're trying to, even as a fresh player, if you're going blind and don't look up any guides, don't look up anything, the only thing that you have to do is basically play the game, right? In PoE2, you will start your character, you level up, you get new skills, you get new gems, and you basically play the game. And as you are playing the game, you are learning how to play the game, basically, right? And the systems and the mechanics are introduced to you one by one. But in a fighting game, basically, yes, there are story modes, there are tutorials, but when you log on, everything is kind of loaded up in front. You have to learn everything at the same time, and the learning process is everything is basically in the tutorial or in the lab, basically, right? You have to go into the lab and learn your combos like that, learn how to punish like that, how to basically everything you do is in there. And I think that's the real problem, that like other games, yes, you can technically jump into like ranked or unranked matches right from the start and kind of play and learn the game that way. But it will make the process also harder, right? Because if you don't know what to do against certain moves or how to do your combos, you're basically not learning anything. You're just losing every game, right? Uh,
But
I
that's
think
also the appeal of fighting games, though. I think that's what taken away
yes,
from that takes away from what the genre is.
yes. But I'm not saying that the whole genre should change. But I'm saying that the reason that the developers are trying to make the games easier is not just because the community want the games easier because they want to attract new player, obviously, right? New players, obviously.
Yeah, more
Uh,
sales.
yes, sales or more players, so the queue times are not as much, for any reason. But the making the process more fun should be more of a discussion in FGC, I think,
Yeah, they
than
need
it
to do that in
already
one player
is.
mode.
Well, the
Yes,
problem is the
yes,
fun in a fighting game is not so. Oh, but there's a two-part answer here. For one, you brought up PoE. A game like PoE or Diablo or something like that, it is not. You can choose to compete in PoE or you cannot. You don't have to do a race. You don't have to do any of the. You don't even have to do a seasonal character. You can play a non-seasonal character. You don't have to do anything competitive. No
yeah,
delving. Nothing. Right. You have the option to learn at a non-competitive level without
yeah,
feeling like other players are leaving you behind because you're learning too slowly. Right. You learn at your own pace. There is no being left behind because you're not competing. You're just playing the game for fun. Fighting games are by default competitive. Even if you are not competing, you are going up, you are PvPing against another human being by default. Period. Point blank, period, end of story. So it is by nature competitive, even though a tournament player would not view it as competing. To a casual player, it is still competing. That's one. Two, another reason why it's not as desirable as other games that are like a shooter or whatever is because fighting games have an answer to why you're losing that other people don't like. And I'm going to test PL's knowledge. PL, do you know the name of Will Smith's insurance company in Fresh Prince of Bel Air? Do you remember the name of it?
What?
Yo Fault. Yo Fault. So
Your
when
fault?
you Yo Fault, yeah, Yo Fault.
Your
So
fault.
when you lose in a fighting game, whose fault is it? It
Your
is
fault.
your fault. Losing, in general, other games have found a way to have you play without the feeling of losing. As a competitive player, I can tell you this: losing feels worse than winning feels good. At least for
I
me, at least,
on this point I kind of disagree with you, to be honest. So I will give you an example. So if you go into League of Legends and you do a rank and you lose, what answer the game does give you?
You
You
League
lose
of
don't
first.
have
Legends.
any answer. Like you don't know, did I farm? Did I do less farm? Did I
What you're saying
not
is you want the
kill as
game
No,
to
no,
give
no.
much?
you reasons
I'm
of
not
why
saying.
you
You
I'm
know,
lost.
not saying. I'm not saying the
did I not?
answer.
Did our team not do the objectives enough? Uh, not
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying the problem is the answer. What I'm saying is before you even get to the answer, the experience is significantly more rough on somebody than a game like League or some. There are no teammates. You could actually
Yeah,
have
yeah.
you. For
Yeah,
example,
I can agree with that. Yeah.
you could have three extremely strong friends at the game, or however many, whatever. You can have multiple friends strong at League. You can have multiple friends who are strong at League, and you can be saying, "Hey, man, you should get into League with us." And you can play, not necessarily ranked, but you can still play in a non-ranked setting, and your three teammates can kind of teach you and move you along without you having to go against other killers at the highest possible level, right? In
Yeah,
a
yeah.
fighting game, you could still be playing a below average player who understands fighting games more than you, and you're lost. Losing is not a very fun feeling. It takes a special person to lose over and over and over again and say, I want to get up tomorrow, and losing has made me want to play better. Most people, uh, at least I guess the average person doesn't like dealing with this type of the frustration of losing or failure.
Yeah, yeah.
You
So
know,
yeah, yeah. So and that's why I kind of think that. I mean, not. It's not like no fighting game try to kind of come up with a solution to make the learning process or leveling up process. Let's, for the sake of conversation, call it fun. I think like the most recent example, like Tekken, like the replay system. Uh, you technically can never hit the lab, and just by constantly going into replay system and trying out different solutions to different problems and trying it out that way, learn the game, and it makes it a little bit more fun. What I was trying to say was not that there's no there's no way anyone gonna ever um, try even learning the fighting games. What I was trying to say, in general, it's a less fun experience. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Or another good example, even though like Injustice 2 is not loved that much, but in Injustice game, the non-ranked mode that you could do with your gears that you could acquire and level up, it was honestly, at least in my opinion, a more fun experience, because you could do offline or towers. It wasn't towers, it was another system that I don't remember the name, and acquire your gear and level it up, and little by little, you were not only making your character stronger, but learning the game in a more fun way, exactly like in an RPG game,
there's no
right?
way to learn the game on Towers of Time.
No. But still, you could do non-ranked mods, right, with your gear.
But well, that's terrible because that's still not teaching you the game. It's altering the properties of moves. You're not learning the proper way to play. So that's still not way to.
Yeah, they just need to do a Streets of Rage type beat 'em up style for fighting games, and you can just
not
learn
even
them.
if you're getting a fighting game for that, then get a beat 'em up style of game.
That's how people get segue into it. Like, okay, Shaolin monks, right?
I'm not saying it
Shaolin
shouldn't have a
Yeah.
mode. I'm not saying it shouldn't have a mode.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's an easy
Yeah,
way to
that's-
segue people into learning
Yeah,
the games by
exactly.
having them do that.
That's
Like,
the
what I
biggest
mean.
you go
Like,
to the arcade,
as
you
a
type the computer
separate
into
mod.
like
Well,
Yeah,
guys,
but the
everyone's
biggest
talking
problem
over
is-
each other.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Sorry.
People don't know. People don't know. If you're a new player, unless you bought Shaq Fu from Perfect Legend, Game Fu. I mean,
Game
unless
Fu.
you bought-
What? I ain't
Yeah, my
make
bad.
Shaq Fu.
Unless you buy Game Fu, it was a joke, Carl. It was a joke. Unless you bought Game Fu from PL, no, it's which is I highly recommend this for any new player who doesn't understand fighting games at all. It's
Yeah, I
tough
have
to
the best
understand.
tutorial.
It's tough to understand what your adjustment is. It's tough to, like you said, am I farming more? Am I doing this more? But it's a team game, so your teammates can correct you on that, right? With fighting games, it's much harder because most of the correction has to be a self-correction. And if you want to get pillaged by a player, most of the time they have no fucking clue. What to tell you. They're just going to try to coach you and say, yeah, your footsies have to get better. Well, your footsies have to get better. That's like that. What does that mean to a new player? How do my footsies? What is that? How does that get better? It's tough. So for a new player to learn is much harder because it's like, what am I doing wrong? How should I train to correct my problems? That is the biggest problem a new player has. I'll give you a great example. There are certain things that new players struggle with, which should just be a matter of muscle memory. A great example is we had a girl that I trained. Her name was Phoenix. PL knows her. I put her through hell. She came to me and she was a new player. She didn't understand. So I said, the first thing I have to do is reprogram your muscle memory because unfortunately, even if you practice it in practice mode and you say, I'm getting it right, if you get in an intense matchup and you get nervous, your unconscious bad habit is going to kick in. So you need to reprogram certain things so they are automatic without thought, which I made her do the most obnoxious drills just because I had a very smart. I'm not saying you should do that or any player should do that, but I had a very short time period to reprogram her, like to be automatic. First of all, you have to realize the automatic things you aren't doing without thought. Okay, what are the things that I'm not doing correctly that should be things that I shouldn't be thinking about. Like, oh, I forgot to punish this hair, or I did this wrong, or I got the wrong
Hey,
combo.
hold on. I gotta tell a story while it's here. Hold on, because it's the same thing. One day, Tom was out at the bar or something, or on a date or whatever.
I was on a date.
And then I was online on Xbox. Guess who signs online? Phoenix. But she's playing like Halo or something. I called
She was
Tom.
at my house, actually. Yeah.
Hey, Tom. Phoenix is doing her drill. She ain't practicing DOA. He leaves his date. Goes home.
Yeah. So she was cute too. But
Yeah,
like,
that's a
so
commitment.
yeah, I what happened was she was doing something, and I said, okay, we're gonna play. We'll play. She was living with me at the time. Her and Ninja CW, God rest them, were living with me. They were trying to get drafted, and they were going to learn Genfu. And so she was. I said, look, you're messing a few things up. This needs to be muscle memory, because when you're on the stage against another top player, you're going to have this feeling of isolation. Your old habits are going to come out. So I said, I need you doing these drills for an hour tonight. So she thought, since I left from my date, I'm going to sign up and I'm going to play this game instead. So I'm on the date, and PL calls me. He was like, hey, man, Phoenix, she signed off, man. She's not doing her drills. I told my date, I'll see you later. Good night. I'm done. I have something else to take care of. And I left there, and I went home, and she was like, what are you doing here? I was like, what are you doing? Get on that Xbox and do those drills. Right? So
what did your date say? Did she do? I would have been pissed.
I don't
DOA
care.
was more important, man.
I don't care. I mean, look, women never understand tournament life either. Back then, you were on the road like a WWF wrestler. No wonder why I had so many girlfriends. Who wants their boyfriend to be on the road for 3 to 6 months at a time? I mean, like, it's girls don't understand that. They don't understand it now. But so people need people, brother. It was rough being a pro player back then. You're on the road. Your online was terrible. What are you going to do? You got to live on the road. So it's harder there's no like map of how you succeed in fighting games. And the problem is also players, though, the FGC is, like I said, the FGC are filled with stupid people where not everyone learns the same way. Not everyone learns at the same pace. But here's the FGC. If you were to say that, let's just say another MK joke, to a moron in the Mortal Kombat community, you know what they would say? Just do it like this. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't really seem to know what to do here, whatever. Well, Sonic learned that way. Why can't you do it like him? Because you don't learn like Sonic Fox. This is how dumb Cro-Magnons were way smarter than Mortal Kombat players. Dumb Neanderthals were smarter too. This dumb brain of the Mortal Kombat community. But the FGC as a whole has this where you'll be a new player struggling with something, and they'll say, well, you're learning Street Fighter? Well, Punk does this to win. That's what you went to? From a day one player to Punk, and say just do what he does to win? The FGC's problem is they think everybody learns the same. They expect everyone to learn the same way. Hey, you may be a new player. Maybe it takes you more than 10 games to adjust to something, right? But they'll say, well, he adapted in 10 games. Good for him. I don't. I adapt in 40 games. Well, then something's wrong with you. No, nothing is wrong with you. Some people learn slower than others. You don't adapt. The FGC does what I call adapt shaming. We all know this. You're slow to adapt. You don't adapt. Another knock on the NRS community. They're so dumb. There's a very prominent player in Injustice. I won't say his name. He uses the word adapt a lot, but yet he's only good at Injustice. The irony of a person who says adapt, but is only good in the same game twice. That is how dumb the Mortal Kombat community is.
Player?
No.
The answer is yes.
But
to be fair, Tom,
he's known for another character too. He's known for another character too.
To be fair, they do this in Tekken as well, because when Tekken 8 came out, they were shitting on the... Huh?
Let's see if he knows what I'm talking about. What?
You said hear who you're talking about?
Yeah. Who's the other character playing? I didn't say that. I'm not going to say who their name is at all.
He's like, I'm not going to say who that...
I'm not going to say who their name is. Who's the other character?
Superman and Aquaman.
I don't want to comment on their characters either, but but there's a player who uses that term. But they were terrible at every Mortal Kombat game and only good in Injustice. By the way, Injustice 2 is exactly the same game as Injustice 1 is. Basically, with new characters. They made the same game twice.
But you know what you were saying with players doing that? They did that to Knee as well. And it took Knee longer to adapt to Tekken 8. But as we just saw yesterday or this morning...
But he felt shame.
He battered Arslan.
Yeah.
That was disgusting. He made Arslan like a red rank.
Yeah.
He ran circles around him.
And again, Knee obviously is a very high level player, very experienced. But in Korea, they don't adapt when they were learning in Tekken, right? I mean, they didn't play first to one, first to two, first. They were just playing all day, and whoever came, they played, right? If you kept losing, you just kept. That was one of the beauties of the arcade scene is you just kept. It cost money, but you just kept looting and you learned. And eventually you did get better, but it was one of those things where, oh my gosh, you're back here again. Didn't I already beat you 5 times today? I'm going to go home. I drove 30 minutes to get to the arcade.
Yeah, keep you from
spent my gas money. Right? Yeah, I spent my gas money to get to the arcade, but I've beaten you 5 times already. And if you're going to keep coming up to play me, I'm just going to go home. Like, you're going to beat everybody else, and then if that guy come up, you're going to beat him again. Like nowadays, it's like they adapt shame you. You took too long to adapt. I gave you 5 games. I gave you 10 games. Punk adapted in 10 games. Punk! Like, this is what they do. And you know this, Mike. You know this. They will go to the highest possible name and say, you day one player, how come you didn't adapt as well as Punk did or this guy did?
Yeah.
The FGC is just, it's not a problem of a new player and the game being too hard. The FGC is just oblivious to a lot of hurdles that a new player has to overcome. And they will shame you for having to overcome these hurdles, which just makes you want to leave. Other games, because PoE isn't like that. It's an ARPG. You can learn at your own pace. You don't always have to compete. You're not going PvP. Or other games can be team-based, where your teammates can kind of pull you along and then coach you through and help you learn. The FGC is just oblivious to the problems of the 1v1 aspect of it. And then they shit talk you. And then the worst part is they'll also shit talk your name so bad as a new player that other people won't want to play you because you're seen as somebody not worth their time to play. And you know they do that too, Mike. You know that. I know that. So
yeah, they've done it in my comment section. There's a person called Soup here that is Soup. Do you wanna come on the podcast, bro? You've been typing a lot. You can't just come on here and say it. I think he's got a problem with you, Tom.
Pull up one name. Pull up one name. How about this? Me. Do you know how many times I've played someone on stream? And then now PL will know this. In MK9, I did a lot of my labbing off stream because streaming wasn't like it was back then. And I would lose over and over and over. My reputation in 9, and PL will tell you this, is I'd play a top player. Like Forever King once beat me 100 straight games in casuals, and then I beat him the next day in tournament. So I'm infamous for just the way I learned.
Here's another thing: we couldn't lab the game. The record mode was ass. You had to play somebody.
Yeah, You're right. But in general, when Alien came out, I remember I would play Dragon 40, 50 games every day, losing every day until learning. And my stream would have this saying, you know it, PL, Tom, how many games do you need? And they would try to shame me if I didn't adapt in 5 games. And I'm like, well, this is a new character. I don't really know what I'm doing against them yet. I don't, I haven't come up with a strategy yet. I mean,
I want to speak on this real quick because this is in the realm of all of this. Because during MKX, as soon as the game came out, it's like, all right, ESLs now, enter now, and there's no time to get adjusted to the game, lab anything, or look at anything because immediately they want you to start traveling and playing and shit, playing in ESL. So everyone's streaming, but also playing the game and learning at the same time, but also you're supposed to be figure the whole game out, and you're still just trying to see what's good and stuff. We didn't get enough time to basically just breathe with the game. It was
hold
straight.
on a minute. Also, this guy Soups. You hear how people fucking talk to me, brother? Who the fuck are you? I was one of the best player in the world, but best players in the world for 30 years. For 30 years. And there were games that before The Rock was the final boss, I was the final boss, right? So, can it be possible that I've been in circles and privy to conversations you have never been in? This dude is like some high school gym teacher who never made it to the NBA.
Is he going to come on and talk that shit?
Telling Kobe Bryant what they said in the locker room as if he was in an NBA locker room knowing what the fuck was going on. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, my friend.
Could Soup be in Super Bowl?
Who are you talking? No, and Soup knows people say it. It's not no. Soup would never say it. Soup knows people do that. Everyone in fighting games know that's happened. But everyone knows people. Dude, PL tried to play a beta. It was I pulled it up. I showed the stream. Ernesto, he tried to play a beta, and the MK community shamed him because he lost 10 games. He lost the first to 10 to Forever King. And they tried to shame him because he was down like 15, whatever it is, to Sonic. And PL was like, I'm just trying to learn the game. And they were like, well, you took too long to adapt. What are you talking about? What? Of course. What are you talking? They tried to shame him for saying it in a beta.
Once at Tom, Soup, and I think there was somebody else that was talking shit as well. Listen, you guys don't have to stay in the chat. You can come on stream and talk that shit. You know, you're talking about him adapting. Why don't you jump on stream and adapt?
Not join the call for some old guy to ramble and talk.
Yeah, but I can't adapt.
Not join, of course, no profile picture. Won't join the call.
Yeah,
right.
It's just standard internet voices, man. It's just,
isn't it
I'll stay
funny?
in chat where it's safe.
Hold on, hold on. Isn't it? I can't
don't
adapt.
have a profile picture either. I'm being called out too.
Hold on, man. Let me say this. This is so dumb. I can't adapt. I was the only one ever to be top in the era of their relevance. From MK 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Even went to a regional MK 11 and made top 8 in that at a regional. So obviously I had to do some adaptation to be that good at that many of those games. By the way, also have top 8s in games like Tekken 4. Have top 8s in some Summer Jam, etc. Games like Tekken 6. Evo top 8 in DOA 4. Top places in DOA 3, DOA 2, Virtua Fighter 3. I think Soul Calibur 4. I think I did some fucking adaptation along the way. You are shit at everything. You are good at nothing. You've adapted to nothing. So I don't know what you're talking about as far as adaptation.
all right, Soupy. Do you know what? Yeah, I don't mind people talking in the chat, but if you're just gonna yap and not come on here and say it to him like a grown man, then I'm just gonna mute you, bro. So either you stop talking. I don't usually ban people from the chat, but I don't like it when there's people talking shit. I usually my ban percentage is like below 0.1.
Hey, I'm like Beers. That shit. Hey, don't do nothing stupid. Hakai, you're done.
I don't mind, but when we're doing a call and like you can get on and you can talk that shit to people, and someone's like, no, I'm gonna stay in the chat. You have to understand, and I get it. Yeah. I understand why there's no profile picture there. We understand what's going on here. That comes across like you're a bit of a pussy. I'm gonna be real with you, bro. No disrespect.
He's definitely acting like a man right now.
I mean, and also, what are these players gonna say? Oh, Tom, you're washed. When was the last time you did anything? Oh, that's a good one. Hey, somebody that won like a won whatever in sports. Hey, when was the last time you won anything? When's the last time you won? When was the last time you did anything? You're terrible. Like the FGC.
Like, I never won anything.
The FGC is full of shit talkers who never did anything ever, and their defense is, well, even though you did all this, because it isn't recent, you haven't done anything. You've never done anything ever. Ever.
You can't talk to shit. You can't talk shit to people when you have no accolades to measure up. And like, it's okay if you want to criticize. Like, if he wants to come on here and talk to Tom and criticize him about something, Tom will be open to it. But you're sitting in the chat talking shit, and I'm telling you, you could come on here in front of everyone that's watching, and you can say whatever you want to say as long as it's not slurs, and I'll let you. And you want to sit in the chat and just type, bro? Come on, man. What are you? You must be a kid. You have to be. You can't be a grown man. There's no way a grown man's doing that. So let's just park that conversation there, okay?
Yeah. But the thing is, to Darko's point, the FTC is oblivious to the problems that new players. It's so hard to get into a fighting game from a new player. For one, you don't even know
Yes,
what your
sorry, go
skill
ahead.
set is. Like he comes into a fighting game, here are all these characters. Which character do I pick? Which one fits your skill set? I don't know what my skill set even is. I don't know what it takes a while to get the right character with the right tools paired with your skill set to figure it is, how you win, what your skill set is, what are you good at, what are you not as good at, how can I pick the right character to pair with that to maximize on my abilities versus my shortcomings. These things take experience and a lot of losing. And unfortunately, the FGC is not forgiving when you lose. You just have to have iron skin, get your back blown out over and over again, take the teabagging, take the shit talking. The FGC actually works very hard to get everybody to quit, which is the funniest part about it. The FGC that needs more people because the FGC is the armpit of competitive gaming, yet they do everything in their power to make new players want to quit. Mike, what the average conversation? Sell your game, sell your system, leave. Okay, I'll just go back to what I mean, whatever other game I was playing. The
Look how
FGC,
many
I
these
would
celebs that come into the
yeah,
scene too, because like even though like as much as they want recognition from every person in the world and shit, a celebrity could be like, man, I like this game. Everybody's like, all right, 1st to 10 right now. Let me see how legit. Like they all do that shit. It's
I mean,
like
put it this way: the NRS community is also, oh my God, Punk. Punk, what we know, one of the best, if not the best Street Fighter player in the world, right? Punk. In the modern era, few, if any, have a claim to that title over Punk. Punk says, yeah, I think, I could learn NRS games better. You know what we say? We'll say, okay, you think you're good, Punk? Who do we put him up against? Sonic Fox. And we act like it's fair, right?
Mm.
And then we say, Punk, you see what Sonic did? Meanwhile, Fox gets the shit beat out of him by Punk in Street Fighter V. What was it, like 40-0 or something like that? We don't put Sonic. If Nee or Arslan Ash talk something about Mortal Kombat, we would say put him up against Sonic. But people like Sonic get to come to Tekken, and they don't say, oh, Sonic's playing Tekken? Put him up against me right now his first day and see what happens, right? This is what we do in Mortal Kombat. We try to get the Justin Wongs and the Punks or whatever. Oh, you think you can whatever? And they'll say, oh, well, Punk was talking that shit. What? NRS players talk shit all the time. Didn't Punk just have beef with Tweety or something like that in whatever on some video? It was like, man,
Really?
people talk shit all the time. But Mortal Kombat, we want people that don't play MK. We don't want to ingratiate them into the game. Hey, let's get Punk into the game. Maybe whatever. No, we'll say, oh, he thinks whatever about NRS players. Put him up against Sonic. Have him get that ass.
yeah, they was beefing a little bit.
I mean,
ago.
come on, man. You know what? From now on, I don't want to see Sonic play another game of Tekken until he plays me. And let's see how he does. The same way anybody else that comes to MK. You know what they'll say? Well, how do these players do when they come to Mortal Kombat? You fucking put them against people like Sonic. What do you think they're going to do? They don't even play the game. You think it's fair? Sonic would get his head mashed in against any one of those people on Tekken, against Punk on Street Fighter, the same way they would get their head mashed in against Sonic in Mortal Kombat. Yet it's Mortal Kombat when a person wants to come to it. Bro, they had Sonic beat Waka Flocka blindfolded. All right, well, I want to see me beat Sonic blindfolded. Like, this is stupid what we do. And the Mortal Kombat is a microcosm of what people do to new players. And we do this to experienced fighting game players in Mortal Kombat. What do you think the FGC does to a new player? What do you think they do? What do you think they do? I mean, this guy, Soups, who said it doesn't happen to people, Arslan Ash said, I don't like the nature of Tekken. Mike, yes or no? Mm-hmm. He's just salty because he can't adapt to the new game. Yes or no? Yep. Yes or no? They shamed Arslan Ash for his comments. You don't think the FGC is going to do it to a brand new player who just started? When you are a new player and you are losing a shit ton of game, the FGC treats you like you have leprosy. Don't waste your time playing him. He's a scrub. He's bad. He's dumb. He takes too long to adapt. Every single negative connotation that is, and it has been that way since time immemorial in fighting games. So the FGC is ignorant to the struggles. Being top at a fighting game, even though we are the lowest denominator, It is hard. It is something very, very special because it is
Yeah.
very hard to do. It takes a special person to lose 50-0 and have a fire burn inside of them to say, I'm going to come on and I'm going to lose to this guy every day until I start whipping his ass. That takes a special fucking person to do. And
Yeah, but
that's why fighting games are hard to get into.
yeah, but honestly, like how the community kind of treats you, it's not unique to fighting games. I get what you're saying, but
But you have better
uh,
help. A team game, you can have some help. You might
yeah,
have some
yeah,
partners, right?
but try to join a Mythic Plus dungeon in WoW without your BIS gear or without even knowing like how your rotation works, right? Or try to get into League of Legends without properly farming, or know how to dungeon routes works. Or
No,
it's kind
I
of the
understand
same.
that. Even World
It's
of
I
Warcraft,
get
you
I
can get
get
into
what you're
World of
saying.
Warcraft without being a hardcore raiding guild. Put it this way: if you
Yeah,
started
yeah, yeah.
picking up
That's
WoW,
that's also true.
if you picked up WoW, obviously, if you picked up WoW and leveled up and you try to do some more advanced raids, brother, you don't get degraded any worse than that. I mean, you will get degraded like as if you are less than dirt, you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
I get your
that's part
point.
of the culture, right? However, you're fighting way above your league, right? And
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
you
yeah,
are automatically in a more competitive mode. You can take your time with a game like WoW and avoid competition altogether and avoid anything competitive altogether.
yeah. So
You can take your
that's
time in PoE and Diablo.
yeah, yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to bring it back to, kind of. Honestly, I wanted to kind of compare it to RTS games, which I don't know if you guys agree, but I think RTS genre at its height kind of dwarfed fighting game at that time. Not currently, of course. RTS genre is dead, but uh, at its height, it was dwarfing the fighting games. But look where it is now. So, and RTS genre was all about hardcore one-on-one, and they kind of I think if you compare it to fighting games right now, you would still, I think, agree that fighting games in general, even though there are a lot of talks about, especially on Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8 with Heat and Drive Rush and stuff, that the games are watered down, but they did something right to keep the genre alive. And of course, a genre like RTS, which was hardcore one-on-one and a really, really competitive genre in general, is right now dead, basically, right?
Unfortunately, the only way to get good at fighting games is you're just going to have to get your face mashed into the floor repeatedly.
Yeah.
Fighting games are brutal and unmerciful to learn. I mean, they just are.
There's
And
no way around it either. There's nothing
no
you
way
can do.
around it.
No matter how many times you dumb it down, there's always going to be somebody that is going to batter you. So
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
no
yeah,
way
yeah.
around it with fighting games because
And
they're one on
also,
one. You're responsible for your own behavior in fighting games. In something like Uncharted or Call of Duty or Gears of War, you can blame your friend and you can be replaced. And that with fighting games, it's you and your opponent, and that's it. You got
yeah,
no
yeah, and
choice.
also I don't, even though I was kind of, maybe it looked like I was arguing making it easier, but making it easier to a certain point, making it in general like very, very easy is obviously not a correct answer too, right? Because if you make the game too easy, then you basically kill all the fun from it, right? I wasn't trying to say make it too easy, but I was just trying to say that making it easier to a certain point was not the wrong answer as FGC trying to show it, but also I was trying to circle back that finding way to get new players and trying to teach them in other ways than just bashing their head that
The
hit the
best
lab
way
and learn everything is, I think, the next step.
The
Not
best way
just
to get a new player in to teach them is to get good one-player modes that are interactive and fun to engage with. Like, imagine that the new Bleach game that is coming out, right? They've put a ton of work into the story mode. So you're not only going to get to learn about the characters because Bleach had been gone for like 14 years, you're going to get to play with all of the characters in these big boss battles as you go through the story. And then the new player will get to experience the system in the game, which, you know, from what I've seen, looks very complex. And then by the time they get online, they'll have something to sink their teeth into. But a lot of these fighting games have very lackluster single player modes. Their tutorial modes are god awful, like they're boring. In the 3D era MK games, you had the open world in Deception. That was your tutorial mode. You go in there, and Shujinko learns the fighting styles of other characters. He was the perfect template for a new player to jump in and learn.
Yeah, very true, very true.
I mean, you gotta understand.
I would agree.
No matter how good this single player mode is, within 3 opponents, you will still feel helpless. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
Fighting games are not gonna match you with somebody who also just got out of tutorial mode, right? It is what it is. And the problem is, we hear this all the time, people who are new to fighting games. Oh my God, this guy's just spamming the same move over and over again. Yes, spamming is just another word for a new player to say you are abusing abusable moves. Welcome to fighting games. You're going to have a lot of welcome to fighting games moments. And most people, when you're learning, don't like that. It's not a pleasurable experience. Fighting games are, even at the lowest level, trial by fire. Fighting games are from your very first day, iron sharpening iron. It is not that's why we love it.
Honestly, but you can still get a lot of the fundamentals, as we were saying, with one-player stuff. Like, if you set the game up like Streets of Rage, and then you have like a boss or something that just don't let you jump, and you got to learn how to beat them without jumping, or one that you got to beat by jumping. Like, you can hide all those situations and interactions in the PvE.
Like Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8 both tried at least to do it with arcade mode in Tekken 8 and War Tour mode in Street Fighter, that they try to introduce some kind of condition in certain fights that you had to do some objective to win. Yeah,
but that's just, unfortunately, like, you can't take that away from fighting games. I remember when I first started playing Third Strike, I was playing with Darky Diz, and he was just battering me. Like, I didn't know what was going on because he was using Aura, and to a new player seeing Aura for the first time, you're like, what the hell's going on? And it took ages for me to even take a game from him. Even on Tekken 6, I remember he was schooling me for ages, and I remember, like, it took 5 months and I started beating him, and it was the best feeling in the world. And then he had to adapt to me, and then that's like what Tom was saying, iron sharpens iron. Like, you can't remove that aspect from fighting games, so you've got to look for the beginner stuff in other modes. Beginners need to understand that when you go online, you are going to get fucked up. There's no way around it. So to prepare them for that, give them a bunch of offline modes. Like, Mortal Kombat was good at this. They had chess combat. I'd sit in chess combat, and it would incentivize me to use loads of characters to build up my team. I'll have to learn how to use Ermac and Noob Smoke and Scorpion and Sub-Zero. So by the time I did go to play people, I had a roster of characters. But in the new fighting games, there's nothing to do. I don't want to play these characters off the bat because they're not interesting to me. There's no incentive there. And then then they wonder why players are not being retained. It's because you're not giving them anything to do.
Yeah, true.
So I think that's the solution to helping beginners. That would help me.
100%. See, for me, the fun is the adaptation. I like, for example, I was playing with PL all the time with Kung Lao versus Sub-Zero, for example, right? And he's all over the place, teleporting, and I was like, you know what? And after just struggling against it, I was like, I need to come a strategy to kind of slow him down and force him to say, you know what? I'm at least gonna try to zone you out, run away from you, make you chase me, catch me, try to corner me, etc. Why am I gonna? So I came up with a strategy, and I used it on Forever King, and it beat him. And what was that other guy, MK Legend? Remember that Kung Lao guy?
MK Legend, yeah. Dude, I forgot about that dude.
Because they were doing like teleport 3, right? They were doing teleport 3, teleport drop down, and I was like, man, I've done this so much
Yeah,
against
he's a
PL.
grown man now.
Yeah. So PL played Denzel, and Denzel used that strategy on him at MLG the first time. So the second time in the tournament, me and PL were talking, and PL was like, you know what? I'm just gonna, not engage him, low hat, really make it very tough for him to do what he wants to do as opposed to giving opportunities. But that strategy and strategies like this come about because you're just losing over and over and over again. The FGC's problem is they don't understand losing when you're trying to adapt. And the FGC cannot fathom the difference between losing in tournament and losing in casuals. The FGC used to be a little different in that people understood that casuals meant absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Casuals meant nothing. Shit, even money matches meant nothing.
Yeah, it was all about tournament. And the FGC used to have, because they, used to have a thing where you can lose as many times as you want in casual. In fact, better to lose here than lose in tournament. So if you want to try, if you want to try something new, and whatever, you can try as much as you want in casuals, and there's no like downside to losing. And now everything is a first to 5, first to 10. People don't want to play sets. People don't want to play more than 5 or 6 games with you. It's no longer about leveling up. It's about beating you and moving on my way. Scalped or whatever it is, right? And now, unfortunately, ranked really kind of funnels you into the first to 2. And there are some people that say, yeah, well, it's supposed to help you with tournaments, and tournaments help you with tournaments, not ranked. Like the FGC just does not do a good job in bringing new players into it. It doesn't. And it doesn't understand the difference between losing and casuals. And people now go online to play casuals to treat them as tournament games, right? They go on. If somebody in casuals beat a high-profile tournament player, they would act like they are on a similar level, right? I beat so-and-so, yada, yada, yada. And if the person tried to say, man, I was just trying, I wasn't even playing seriously, hold that loss, nice OS, whatever. Oh, the FGC has just become, the FGC has gone down, the FGC has kind of Benjamin Button. They've gone from a mature man to a baby in a lot of ways. And it's gotten much harder on newer players than it's ever been.
Yeah.
Because people just didn't act like that, because there was a time when the FGC wasn't a person-to-person thing. So can you imagine going to an offline local for the first time as a new player to ingratiate yourself? I want to learn the game. And the players, you walk in the door and they treat you like garbage, teabag you, call you every possible name, tell you to unalive yourself and all this other stuff. That doesn't happen, right? You feel more ingratiated, like you belong, and they bring you into their crew. The FGC, I guess the best way to say it is, they've used online poorly. The FGC has a great tool with online, but they use technology very poorly to build their scene. The FGC, without technology, used what they had to make people feel welcome and want to stay and want to play. With technology, they've used it to do everything in their power to make you want to quit and never come back. They have not used it well.
One community I will never talk shit on is the Soul Calibur community. That's the best fighting game community that I've ever been a part of. They were the most welcoming. They were most willing to help. Maybe because there was only 20 people in the whole community, and they had to make sure that they kept each other close. But I know we talk shit on the community a lot because they deserve it. But the Soul Calibur scene was, honestly, that is the best. If you've never had an opportunity to be a part of the Soul Calibur scene, I would definitely say if it ever comes back, get involved. Because even when Soul Calibur 6 came back, it was the same guys. And it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with that community. Can't say the same for a lot of other communities, unfortunately.
By the way, I know someone's going to say, well, Punk or whoever talked shit on the NRS community, so he got what he deserved. Brother, NRS communities talk shit constantly. Don't act like NRS players are these angels who don't shit talk players from other games. Let's not stop here. The difference is, and by the way, if Punk says your games are simple, he ain't lying.
Yeah. Mr. Moss, thank you for the $20. I was unfortunate to be surrounded by people who made fun of me trying to get better at Tekken as a kid, losing every game, until someone started to help me, and it took years to get better. Damn, man. I mean, I thank you for the donation. They made fun of me in the arcades, but it was like light-hearted fun. It wasn't like serious. You know, it wasn't.
Oh.
I don't know if your one was serious.
Also, StarCraft 2 community is underrated a little bit too. There are some shit talkers there too, but in general they are really cool.
And by the way,
Yeah.
in reverse, other communities don't do like what the NRS does to that extreme. And what I mean by that is, when Tekken Tag 2 was out, man, the tournament scene was really taking the piss out of that game. Like how agonizing it was. The Tekken Tag 2 was almost getting like the backroom treatment compared to other games. Like it really was. I know Tekken GM told you stories of Tekken being put on the floor. You know what I'm saying? In some of the earlier days that he was competing. But what they didn't do, when people said, "Oh, yada yada, Tekken, look at you guys, look at the game that no one plays it," they didn't say, "Oh yeah, why don't you come here and show us?" and then put them up against Nin or Ni or someone like that. It was never like that. Mortal Kombat, that's what they do. And in general, that's what online culture has become. It's not just MK. MK is just the worst defenders of all of it. But it's online culture. It's online culture. And unfortunately, fighting games have entered with technology, they're in the social media, online culture era. And we know how people are going to act online. So it's just become less ingratiating to newer players. So newer players, the fighting game experience in general is kind of rough in general. And then you introduce them to the online part of it, and it gets really worse.
Yeah. Hasn't been the same since. But yeah, Dark Elder, thank you for jumping on, bro. We'll get
Thank
out
you
here
for
now.
having me. Nice discussion. Have
No
a nice
worries,
evening,
man.
guys.
You too, man.
Take care.
Take care.
Well, was there anything else that you guys wanted to cover? I know Tom couldn't be here for long today, and I'm sleep deprived. So, was there anything you guys wanted to cover? I know people wanted to. The reason I asked you guys to come was because there were people who were requesting for you guys to come back on, and I thought, what better time than the new combat cast? But it wasn't very eventful. So,
I mean, by the way, people want to, but keep in mind, Mike, I did compliment the game. I wasn't all negative. I did compliment the game. So let's not forget that, guys. I did compliment it.
I think it's gotten better, but I still think MK1 needs to see itself out. I'll be real. It's time to go.
I'm looking forward to trying T1000 though. Like I can't pass up not seeing how the character is.
I'll probably come to your stream and watch.
See it spell out, but I mean, it finally is getting to the place where we can kind of see what their vision is. And the game does look more enjoyable, and I'm sure it is. And I give them a lot of credit for this patch. But it doesn't wash away all their shortcomings that has put the game in this position. And in Mortal Kombat, again, let's not pretend that Mortal Kombat players don't cope with everything. Now it's the Asian audience. MBC2 doesn't have a problem without the Asian audience. I promise you, it's 99% North America in that game. Oh, it's expensive to travel. We can just sit at home and stream. Every community can say that. Everyone in Street Fighter, in Tekken, in all these other games can say the same thing. And the flights and the hotels are just as expensive for all of them, yet they still do it. The Mortal Kombat community just doesn't want to say, we don't like it. They much rather throw shade at me or Mike. Yeah, we love the game. Well, why is this happening? Flights are expensive. Are they not expensive for Undernight? And again, keep in mind, if you took Tekken 8 all the way down to Undernight and combined their sales, I think MK outsold all those games combined. And
yeah, it probably did, yeah.
Yeah, they 100% did. So I'm not being negative with Mortal Kombat. I'm just stating, like, there is clearly a problem here. Yes, the game is in a much better spot. And I would even go as far as to say you could actually probably say the game is a good game now. But with that being said,
I wouldn't go that far.
Hold on, Mike. Hold on. With that being said, doesn't that make these numbers even more strange?
True. Very true. Could you answer this super chat, Tom? He's asking, do you think MK can change its art style and it'll still work?
What do you mean change the art style? You mean go to a more anime style?
Well, I mean, they did change the art style from MK9 to what we have now, because MK9 was definitely more cartoonish than what MK1 is.
I think MK1's. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of MK1's art style.
I like MKX's art style, personally.
Oh, by the way, so Mike, did you see when somebody posted some MK1 stuff? I think I messaged you about it too, like the MKX costumes and stage or whatever. And I
Oh,
was like,
yeah,
you
that
know
looked
what?
great.
That makes me look like I want. It looks like something I would want to play. And even
Yeah.
though it,
Oh
you
yeah, I know,
literally,
I know what you're talking about.
yeah. Who
Yeah,
said you can't
that
put?
looked great.
Who said you can't put silk on a pig and it wouldn't look good? I mean, who says that? I mean,
One thing I wanted to ask you guys is that, like, we did the history of 3D Mortal Kombat, and that was like a really great stream. It was really highly viewed, and people were requesting for you to do MK9, and obviously you two were big in MK9. So, would you guys be willing to do a history of MK9 stream at some point next week?
sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll do
alright,
it.
cool. We'll set it up. Anything else you want to bring up?
Yeah, I just want to say, like, look, I'm not trying to take the piss out of the game. It's the truth. Look, here's the thing: the MK community, what you know this, Mike, they will take the piss out of me all day long. And yeah, look, I've done stupid things and said stupid things, and I just have to own that. So with that being said, you guys have said some dumb fucking shit too, and done some dumb shit too. So why don't we stop throwing stones at each other, and just say let's all get on the same page and do what needs to be done to make MK better. Like stop. Like look at the numbers. Like it doesn't lie. It's in the best state it's ever been, and it's getting mollywopped. Oh well, Tom, look at this tournament in Mexico. While people showed up, I got it, but you can't just do it once or
organize
twice.
and go to locals for the game either.
Yeah, you can't just do it once or twice for the scene to grow. You got to do it consistently, and just be honest and say, hey, you know what? I don't like it enough to spend the money that I need to. You can say you don't have to say the game is bad. You can say I don't like it enough to pay what it costs to travel for this game, and that's fair. But that's what's actually happening here. Most of the community, not all, doesn't like the game enough to travel for it. Yet they will come up with the Asian audience. Okay, well, Marvel 2, where's their Asian audience? Like, it's not real. Like, so let's just stop coping. Let's stop the over positive, which will by default stop the over negative. Then everybody is right on level. And you have community leader, myself, Foxy Grandpa, Aquaman, Sonic Fox, there are people that are community leaders, elder statesmen, who all want the same thing, who can all come together and have a discussion. I just named a few, PL, and we can do what's best for the game without the insults, without the negativity, without the overly positive, and be more ambassadors from NRS to the community. But we can't do this if we're going to be petty and throw insults and whatever. And you could just say, hey, Tom, you insulted the MK community all day. No, I just gave you examples of the truth. It just sounds insulting. It's like, hey, look, it's telling the truth about the community and the game sounds like an insult. Well, I'm not insulting you. I'm just telling the truth, and it sounds like an insult because it is what it is. So we just got to realize what we're up against, who we're up against with Ed Boon. My God, who we're up against. and just really put it all behind us. Realize, you guys tell me all the MK community, they can dish it out, but they can't take it. You dished it out to me all day. I had a good, fun time of dishing it out back. But just like the MK community has done things to show me how dumb I've been, I'm doing something to show you how fucking stupid you are. From this moment forward, we can either just keep taking the piss out of each other or say, you know what? We've all done dumb shit. Yeah, we're way too overly positive in a way that it manifests way too much negativity. And I can say, yeah, I'm way too negative because I want you guys to shut the fuck up about not acknowledging the problems. To keep doing this doesn't fix anything. What's the problem? Let's work together for a solution, not to keep, causing the problem. It's probably not going to go that way. They're just going to say, oh my God, Tom, you see how negative he's being still? Because again, the brain of people here, man, it's like a Tyrannosaurus brain. But, hopefully
times change.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I'll get you out of here, and then we'll do that podcast next week.
Yeah,
Thanks
man.
for jumping on. I
Same
appreciate it.
time.
Same time.
worries,
Yeah, I'll
sounds good,
message you
guys.
guys and I'll advertise it.
All right, later.
All right, guys. Take care. All right, guys. Well, as promised, I got them back on. So we'll do that podcast next week. I apologize for my low energy today. I only slept like 3 hours. And then I went to work, so pretty tired. So I'm going to go to bed after this. But yeah, those Mortal Kombat late registrations at EVO, man. That's pretty funny, right? And thank you for the super chats, guys. As always, really, really appreciate it. To answer Alexis's question, technically, I did drop down from Tekken God Supreme to Tekken Emperor, but I didn't do it myself. I filmed a video for the members area with somebody that they were here in my room, and he was talking shit about Tekken not being a very difficult game. So I said to him, okay, I'm going to put you on my profile at Tekken God Supreme, and I want you to play. And he got me demoted. So when I wake up, I'll get my rank back. But it was a funny video. I think you guys are going to enjoy it. So Mike will never reach Tekken God until season 2. Yeah, I won't make God of Destruction. I'm not gonna. Whoa, damn. Hey, thank you for the donations, guys. Holy shit. TC, thank you for the 20 euros. I wish there were more people like Tom. Thanks, Matt, for the stream. Yeah, Tom's the GOAT, man. People need to be nicer to him. Thank you for the donation, bro. And Fish Tacos, thank you for the $20. Good stream, Matt. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you very much. Will I make God of Destruction in season 1? No, I won't. If I'm being completely honest with you, I'm not good enough to get God of Destruction. I've gotten close once, but that was clearly because I got a string of players that were like, it was easy for me to beat. But I'm too inconsistent. So Tekken God Supreme is the highest rank I can probably get. I've tried 5 times to go for God of Destruction. I just can't get there. I don't gel with Feng Wei. It's just there's something that is not clicking. You know when you play a character and you're just locked in with that character. There's something that is not clicking, and I'm not enjoying myself. So I'm not going to even bother. I think when season 2 comes out, they're gonna give you what rank you finished on. Tekken God Supreme, I'm okay with that. It's 1 rank below. When I go to get my rank back now, because I'm sitting at Tekken Emperor right now, and that's embarrassing. I'm gonna try one more time. If I don't manage to get there, then I'm not going to. TC, thank you for becoming a member, bro. Shout out to TC. What else was I saying? Bleach Rebirth of Souls is out in 6 days. If you've seen any of the coverage on my Twitter page, or we did the live stream yesterday, which was the biggest live stream I've ever done on Twitter. On Twitter, we had 2,000 people watching. Yeah, how crazy that is. I was seeing how, because I can see all the numbers on StreamYards. 2,000 people watching on Twitter. I was like, holy shit. So people are very excited for that game. I'm really looking forward to it. So I'm gonna be on that. I won't be on Tekken. I'll do Shambolic showdowns with you guys on Sundays, but I won't be playing Tekken outside of that until season 2 starts. And then even then, I probably won't play it too much because I'm waiting for my Marduk to return. Is Bleach worth getting? Yeah, I'm gonna get Demon Slayer as well, bro. I love Demon Slayer, but Bleach. What I'll say about Bleach is, for Demon Slayer, if you like arena fighters and you like Ninja Storm, Demon Slayer is fantastic. But if you're into like competitive fighting games, and you were a fan of like Budokai or Burst Limit or the JoJo's fighting game, those are competitive anime fighting games. You're gonna like Bleach. Bleach is a very, very heavy emphasis on neutral and poking and with punishment. And it looks very unique. There's no clone characters. Everybody has their own abilities. There's multiple ways to play it. There are easy controls that you can turn on like Tekken, but you can turn them off as well. So it looks really good. I'm really, really excited for it. So I've already got it pre-downloaded on my console and waiting for it to drop. If you do get Bleach, guys, you know what these anime fighting games are like. They don't launch with crossplay, so please buy it on PlayStation so we can all play together. I'm such a Byakuya fan. See, Jahuti, this is why you're my mod. Because I'm also a Byakuya fan. That's the first character I'm going for. Byakuya, Aizen, and Kenpachi, and probably Stark as well. But yeah, there's so much going on in Bleach. It's got like 12 different meters. Characters have exclusive meters. It seems like it's got a very complex combo system. From what we've been seeing from people now, they're starting to play it a little bit more. There's shit you can do in the game. It looks like there's counters and parries and sidesteps and perfect sidesteps. I can't wait, man. I can't wait. I'm getting my hopes up, but we've been let down before. I still play Sparking Zero, but it wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. It's still a good game, but it's not quite Tenkaichi 3. So yeah. But yeah, no, listen, I make no excuses about Tekken 8. I'm not good enough to get to God of Destruction right now. Actually, I could get to God of Destruction if I get the right string of players. Because remember, I was one game away from hitting God of Destruction, and that guy rage quit on me. So I could have gotten it. I would argue it's probably a fraudulent God of Destruction, because I ran through people that day. I went on like a 20 game win streak. But when my character comes out in Tekken 8, then I'll lock in. And all the people that have been playing and they've been kind of beating me like Ruse, I'm gonna stomp. Ruse is an afterthought to me. I'm sorry, bro. When my character comes out, just get out of my rearview mirror, okay? You're not even there anymore. What were you saying? C-Rex. What did C-Rex do? You should try collabing with C-Rex and Steve Dodge. Yeah, I could do. I mean, we had Afro Senju here yesterday, and Afro Senju's like one of the biggest anime content creators. So he's been on my stream a couple of times. He's a really cool guy, and he sat here for like 2 hours with us just talking about Bleach. So I'll probably manage to get in contact with those other guys as well, but. We had Senju in Japan here. Obviously, Senju in Japan. He before I even started talking to him, because now we private message. I consider him a friend. Before I even started talking to him, I always used to watch his videos and feel like this is the coolest content creator. He's got the coolest voice. And now we chat. Now he's my boy. So I had him on yesterday. Yaya was here. President Rose. President Rose was one of my favorites as well, man. Even though I don't agree with most of what he says, I really enjoy his stuff. You want first to 10 against my model, bro? I already told you to jump on Tekken 7 and I'll first to 10 you. And you said no. If we jump on Tekken 7 and first to 10, I will destroy you. Destroy you. Am I British? What do you think? You heard the way I just said British. Yeah, mate, I'm from jolly old England. Tekken 7 stream when? Well, the thing is that I asked people if they wanted the Tekken 7 stream, and everyone voted for Tekken 8. I ain't got it on PC, Mike. I ain't got it on PC. Yeah, I ain't got it on PC either. I've got it on PlayStation. Tekken 7 is the worst Tekken. You're tripping, bro. That's crazy. I actually really don't like Tekken 8 and the state it's in right now. I was sitting here talking with my friend, and I was like, I love Tekken, but if I measure Tekken 8 against other Tekken games, and we were sitting here playing other Tekken games together, I was like, man, I've had more fun on Tekken 3. For real, we played Tekken 3 for like 2 hours. I was like, I'm having a good time. So, I want them to check. The heat system is the real big problem for me, man. The heat system is just awful. Def got to get a spot of tea. What is the name of the Bleach game? The name of the Bleach game is Rebirth of Souls. I've got maybe some of you haven't seen it because you didn't come to the anime stream yesterday. Well, before I close the stream, I guess I'll just show you guys what the game looks like, because I know some people don't know yet. I apologize if this is a little bit choppy. I don't know why it gets choppy sometimes. If it does get choppy, just tell me in the chat. But this is the Bleach game. So I know that for a lot of people it can... Why is that? It can look a little bit confusing seeing what you're going to look at on the screen here. Why is that on my screen? Alright, there we go. So I'll try and talk you through what you're looking at here. So you can see all of these health bars and whatever's on the screen. So at the top here, this is your Konpaku, right? Now I'm going to explain this to you as well as I can because I haven't actually sat down with it properly yet. This is your Konpaku, these numbers here. And these represent that, these little bars here. And you have to take these bars down. So the matches in this game take about 6 to 9 minutes to complete. So hopefully they have a rage quit system in the game, because if you take your opponent's life bar down after 8 minutes and then they rage quit on you, you're going to lose your mind. Here you've got the life bar. This is your life bar that goes down. You can activate a special move to take out one of their Konpakus. And then down here you got your guard. Okay, I know a lot of people are confused by that. Over here there's this meter. I think this is the meter that allows you to do Bankai and some other attacks. And then you've got three types of reversals, as far as I'm aware. And then you've got a unique meter between each character that allows them to basically express, you know, their Bankai and whatever. So, if you look at the gameplay, can you just... What is wrong with my fucking computer? There we go. If you look at the gameplay, you can see it's not one of those games where you turn your back on your opponent and you go run off into the distance. That is very close quarters. You have to engage with your opponent. You can't lock off of them. The game's got frame data as well. So if you want to practice your frame data, you can do that as well. I don't know everything that is happening. What are they standing on? So in Bleach, they have an ability to stand in the air. If you can see under their feet, there's like these blue lines. That's one of their special abilities. I can't remember what it's called. I think Reishi or something. Why this dude called me Alexis? Well, people call me Mike Hallow. Do you know how annoying that is? So this move will take out some of Ichigo's Konpaku. So he's taken out 2 there. Right, now you go straight back in. There's no rounds. You go straight back in. There's no time to breathe. Like I said, you got a guard meter, so you got to make sure that's not broken. Otherwise, you're going to be open to attacks. The little yellow bar down there, if you can see next to Grimjow, it's got his face next to it. He's got a special ability. I don't know exactly what it is. I don't know what he just activated there either, but it seemed to have given him some sort of boost. It's exclusive to him as well. So Ichigo doesn't have something like that. Now he's unlocking his... I can't remember what this is called. This is when they release. It's not Bankai. It's what the Espadas do. So yeah, he's gone into its hollow form. So now when you go into these forms, as far as I'm aware, you cannot come out of them. Once you're in, you're in. So you unlock a different moveset. His moveset has completely changed now. He's a different character. So you've got to learn basically 2 characters in one. Ichigo's gone into some sort of reversal, and he's gone into his holification form now. So now he's in this form. That's it. The mask is not coming off as far as I'm aware. But I know Ichigo has a special ability to turn into a Vasto Lord. I can't remember if he does it in this fight. So this is his super move in his holification form. Takes off 3 stocks from Grimjaw. So like I said, you're straight back in. There's no breathing really. You just Resurrection. Yeah, I think this form of Ichigo can do it. I think you might see it in this fight. All right, so he's broken his guard now, and this is a special move in his released form. So he took off 4 there. So Ichigo's on the ropes now. He's only got 2 Konpaku left. If he loses those 2 Konpaku and he doesn't get his meter filled up in time to come back as the Vasto Lord, then he's going to lose the game. I believe him and some other characters have the ability to resurrect, but it's different for every character. The requirements are completely different. And everybody's Bankai operates differently. If you've watched Bleach, you know, for example, someone like Tozen basically blacks out the entire arena. So when the arena's blacked out, in this game it is actually blacked out, and he jumps out of the shadows to attack you, and the player has full control over that. So yeah, Ichigo's getting his shit rocked right now. It looks like he's about to lose. No, he's making a comeback. So I think this allows you to extend combos. I don't know what the drawback is. I need to speak to Senju in Japan, but I know I think there's some sort of drawback to doing this. But as you can see, it's not chaotic like some of these other anime fighting games. It's more controlled. You got a bit more time to think about what you're doing, rather than like, I don't know, Sparking Zero, where it's just nutty from top to bottom. Would I recommend watching this anime? Yes, watch it, but don't watch it with the filler. Just watch the raw anime, don't watch the filler. Okay, I think he's going to activate now. Now, if you watch here, he's used his special attack again, but Ichigo managed to fill up his bar in time. So typically, Ichigo should be dead now, but he filled his bar up in time, and now he can come back as the Vasto Lord. So if you play somebody online and they filled their bar up in time and you see this, you better start pissing your pants, because they're more than likely going to fuck you up. Is this show just one long run? Yeah, basically, it's still going. So there's one more part coming out and then it's finished. I think it's one more part. Ichigo's still getting... I mean, Ichigo's still down here. He got 2 Konpaku back, but I don't think he's going to be able to come back against... Oh, maybe not. Maybe I spoke too soon. Okay, he's got his super. Damn, wait, hold on. Did he win? Oh, he knocked him onto another stage. Yeah, so there's stage transitions in this as well. So Grimjow's got 1 Konpaku left. This is his last life, but he's up on health. Now, you're watching Scrubs play, by the way. You can block these. I confirmed with somebody that's played the game. You can block those. They're not unblockable. These are guys that don't really know what they're doing. So, yeah, Grimjow takes the game. So, obviously, as you can see, the matches are long in this game. So, hopefully, Okay, so this match, I'm going to show you this match before I end the stream. So, you guys can see the differences in Bankai here. Because here you can see 2 Bankai users and how they differentiate them. But they need to have a rage quit system in this game, because if they don't, and you've fought a match for 10 minutes and they rage quit, I will quit the game. I'm telling you right now, I can't. There's no way. I'm not putting up with that shit. Last night's pod was 3 hours of yapping, in my opinion. Every day's pod is 3 hours of yapping, bro. But thank you for the donation. Alright, so yeah, these 2 play completely differently. Obviously Kenpachi is just a powerhouse, but you'll get to see what their Bankais look like. It's really cool. And the cool thing about this game, as far as I'm aware, yeah, you can see at the bottom of the screen there, they're talking to each other while they're fighting. Kenpachi is just shouting his head off, talking shit to him. I don't know if you get to see the perfect side steps in this, but they're really cool as well. So again, bear in mind, these are scrubs playing. These guys don't really know what they're doing. They're not utilizing even half of the mechanics. They're just playing it on a very, very basic level. I've seen better people playing the game, but obviously we'll see that when the game launches. Yeah, see, Kenpachi does a lot of damage. He's hitting hard. I don't know what that is, but I don't think you can hit Kenpachi when he's doing that. Alright, so this is Torzen's first super attack. Zaraki's got a Bankai in this. No, he hasn't got his Bankai because it's not at the 1,000-year Blood War or anything like that. He's got his Shikai, but he does remove his eye patch. Has he got his Shikai in this? I don't know. I think he might just remove his eye patch. Alright, so this is Torzen's Bankai. Now, one thing that I forgot to mention with Bankai is that you can actually use it as a defensive mechanic and it resets the neutral. So if someone's comboing you, you can go into Bankai, but then it resets. So here you can see his Bankai has changed the entire field. You can't see where he is and he'll just jump out at you at random times. But the way to counteract this is to predict when he's coming at you and then slash at him. Because you get a brief moment before he pops up. And then it starts to get, like, brighten up a little bit. The guy using Torzen is shit. You can imagine how annoying this is going to be to deal with when someone that knows how to hide in the dark is using this character. And my friend's favorite character is Torzen, so I know that I'm gonna be eating a lot of shit. Alright, so this is his, like, it's not Bankai, but this is his release form. So I think now his power has just gone up, like, exponentially. So if you look at the damage now that he starts doing and how much chip he does on his guard, I think it goes up quite a lot. So yeah, if you don't want Zaraki to release in this game. This is sick though. I love the way he's jumping into the dark. But he's about to break his guard as well. Yeah, the light is getting bigger, so He's going to have to... I mean, this guy doesn't know how to play, obviously. If that was me, I'd be hiding in the dark. So I think that was a perfect parry and he got behind him. I really, really, really hope it's as good as it looks, because it does look fantastic. Alright, so he took 3 Konpaku from him. Back into the dark. And as you can see, once you activate Bankai, guys, that's it. It's a CPU. It's not a CPU. These are actually people playing. Once you activate Bankai, you're in Bankai. Like, you can't come out of it, as far as I'm aware. So his Bankai, this darkness, is not going to go away. Shinji's not going to reverse your controls. I'm pretty sure I spoke to someone, they said he doesn't reverse your controls, but he does do something. He does do something to you that's really fucked up. I can't remember what it was. Is that confirmed? Yeah, when people go into Bankai, they, like, as you can see it here. He's not coming out of it. They're not combat mechanics or anything like that. It's like the show. When you activate Bankai, you're in Bankai now. Oh damn, I forgot he did that. Look how much damage that did. Oh my lord. So yeah, Torzen's going to be... And if you think Torzen's Bankai is annoying, what you're seeing here, bro, I've seen some Bankais, yeah, let me tell you. Madness. Absolute madness. So when people say to you, this game's actually got character diversity, they're not lying. Yeah, he killed him. That took all of his health. This game's got actual character diversity. Everyone plays drastically different. It's not a case of mash. Because if you just mash in this game, according to the people that have sat down to play it, you would just get blown up. There's too many ways to like counter and parry and go behind your opponent. So, and I know some Sparking Zero people are saying, can you do back shots in this game? You cannot do back shots. Back shots are not in this game, thank God. It has a 360 guard to avoid from that happening. We do not want back shots in this game. That shit is annoying. I don't like it, and all people are going to use that for is for Yoroichi. I know what you perverts are like. Imagine beating someone without Bankai. Is Nemu going to be playable or just someone who shows up in Mari's attacks? I think she's just in Mari's attacks. There was actually gameplay that was released today. So I can show you guys that gameplay. It came out today, so it's officially released. This gameplay is actually very interesting because you get to see how different the characters are. Let me get that gameplay up for you guys. What's his name? What's the Zestlord's name? Okay, here we are. Alright, so you guys remember this guy. I can't say his name, but he's the zesty guy that swallows his sword. Pause. Let me know if it's choppy, because it was very choppy yesterday for some reason. But you're going to get to see a lot of unique mechanics in this fight. So both of these characters have very, very strange abilities. Obviously, Mayuri uses poison from what I can see. And this guy has some sort of analysis system. That he has some sort of system where he analyzes your body, and it's based on chance. And based on the analysis that he does on you, it will determine how powerful his attacks are. Now, if you look at his Konpaku up there, you can see he's only got 5, right? He's got the lowest in the game. But that's because this guy has the ability to resurrect several times by chance. So if you get the analysis correct during the fight, he can keep on coming back to life. It's on chance. Now, there's a chance that he doesn't get to come back at all. But he's basically like he's like the Faust of the game, like in Guilty Gear, like very random. But he seems cool. Like if he gets in the if you get the right coordination, it's going to be very, very long for people. So yeah, that's his regular super attack. If you look at the meters down there as well, can you see the unique meters to both characters? I don't know what Mayuri's one does. to be honest with you, though. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, Noita is in the game. Noita is in the game, and he looks very annoying. Yeah, so you saw Nemu there. See, I don't know what he just did. He pulled something out of him, and it did something to his meter, but I'm not entirely sure. Also, someone was asking me, yes, there's command grab characters in this game, so... Alright, so he's using his Bankai now. Now, like I said, once you go into Bankai, this is not a thing where it's a limit. It's not like Heat or anything where it's a limited time. Now his moveset has changed. He's got a brand new moveset. Something is happening as well. Now, I think you're dealing with poison damage when you're next to him. But when this guy, yeah, look at his Zestlord, man. Absolutely disgusting. When he goes into his Bankai or whatever these are called, the Espada releases, he gets, well, you're going to see, he gets some pretty gnarly shit. Alright, so this is his super attack in his Bankai. Again, you can block those. Real command grabs or on hit. No, there's real command grabs in this game. I can't remember which character it is that does it, but yeah, there's actual command grabs. Resurrection. Sorry, I keep on forgetting the name. But yeah, you're gonna see he's lost 2 Kompaku already, right? So it's not looking good for him. You would think that this cat, I don't know what is going on right now. I don't know what Mayuri is doing to him. I don't know why he keeps on zipping like that. Something's happening. But you would think in this situation, this guy's he's fucked basically. But as you're gonna see in a minute, yeah, this character's a bit of a mess. And obviously he can summon other people to fight with him. Now his meter's filling up, right? Something peak is about to happen. Yeah, so as you saw there, Mayuri's basically got Get Over Here. He's basically got Scorpion's Get Over Here. Now, you're right, Dre Bags. I'm very, very worried about the netcode as well. The netcode is going to be the make or break. If it's like Sparking Zeros, then we'll be fine, because Sparking Zeros has worked pretty well since release. We just had the rage quitting problem. Alright, so now he should be dead, right? But he managed to get all the correct analysis on Mayuri before he died. And now he can use these guys to resurrect himself. Kind of like Orochimaru, right? So it's disgusting, but he can come back from the dead. And now he's got 3 Kompaku. So, and I don't know if he's got a power up, but he looks much stronger. So yeah, he's putting hands on him. Sparking Zero did crash too. I never had any issues on PlayStation. It was very, very minor issues. So if it's like Sparking Zero, I can tolerate that. And this game needs to make sure it has lobby system. Because these anime games, they for some reason overlook that, and it's really annoying. So this is his super, right? This super is one of the most unique. He creates a unique doll for every character. And then based on his analysis, he will pull out a different pill each time. And that pill will represent how much Kompaku is going to be taken from you. So that one only took 3. But there's a chance he could pull out one that takes more. Right? So he could kill you very quickly. He could pull out one that does 1. He could pull out one that does 2. He could pull out one that does 4. Each of the pills inside there represented a different part of Mayuri's body. And based on what you've done in the match will determine which one you're going to pull out. So he's going to be a very, very difficult character to deal with in the right hands. As you'll see, like during this fight, he doesn't pick up the same pill each time. And each character that he faces, he will create a different doll of them, which is really, really cool. So that allows you to extend combos. But that is a get off me tool. So they've got good countermeasures to both, right? Mayuri's in blue, he's defended up. The other guy's in that was almost a perfect teleport, I think. But usually there's a cutscene when there's... Alright, now you'll see he's going to pull out a different one now. So he's going to open up the doll head. Right, he's got the yellow one now. That one did 3 as well. So Yeah, it's going to be tricky fighting this guy. It's going to be very, very tricky fighting him. And his meter's full up as well. I don't know what that means. It looks like he's got other attacks as well. Look how much damage he's doing, man. Yeah, I think the guy that's playing Mari has really fucked up because he's doing much more damage now. So I think this is one of those characters where as time goes on, if he gets everything right, he's going to become a nightmare to deal with. This game is a bitrate killer. Yeah, I know it's very choppy on StreamYards for some reason. I apologize. But we won't be playing it on StreamYards. We'll be playing it on PlayStation. Alright, he's done it again. So, either way, Mari's dead now. So he's gotten the pink one. I don't know how much this does. Oh, it doesn't tell you because it killed him. But, yeah. So that's Bleach Rebirth for Soul, guys. I'm really looking forward to it. It looks really, really cool. This is a momentum character. So you have to stop him before shit gets out of hand. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I can't wait. I cannot wait. 6 days until release. Comes out on Friday. 7 days. So we'll be doing a live stream for that. My cousin is recreating the 6th opening of Bleach for me. Because you know he's a musician. And that's going to be the opening theme that we use for it on the channel. So we'll be doing, provided it has lobbies, we'll be doing Bleach Shambolic Showdowns. They won't interfere with the Tekken ones, don't worry. But the only thing that's going to hold this game back is the netcode. If the netcode is shit, then I'll drop it. I'm not going to put up with that shit. Because the JoJo's fighting game was one of my favorite anime fighting games. It's such a good game. Like I saw them playing it at some tournament. I think it was Combo Breaker. Proper top 8. Am I getting on PC or PS? Oh, come on, bro. You already know. We PlayStation over here. Please buy it on PlayStation, guys, if you have a PlayStation. Because it's not going to be crossplay on launch. Sparking Zero is only now getting crossplay. So, yeah, the JoJo's game is one of the best fighting games I've ever played. But, oh my god, is the netcode atrocious. It is unplayable. But if you play that JoJo's fighting game, it's fantastic. As difficult as any fighting game I've ever played, with as much character diversity as you could want. But it's terrible online. So if Bleach doesn't have good online, it's cooked. But you know what? As long as it's better than Demon Slayer, which was not great but manageable, I'll deal with it. Because Demon Slayer's was so-so, but I could deal with it. I'm from Canada, but I'll join the Shambolic Showdown if the netcode is good. Yeah, man, everyone is welcome. I know most of my subscriber base is American. I checked, and 80% of my subscriber base is American. The Brits don't like me, guys. I don't know what I did to them. They're not even Brits are not even second. I think Japan is second, or Korea, one of them. I can't remember which one. But yeah, please get it on PlayStation, guys. I'm gonna go to bed now. Thank you so much for the super chat donations. That was very, very kind of you guys. I always appreciate it. It does mean a lot. And tomorrow, should we do Shambolic Showdown on Saturday or Sunday? What are you guys feeling? Because I'm going to do one this week. Do you want to do it tomorrow or Sunday? I don't mind whichever one. Sunday will probably start a little bit later because I'm going to be out with my friend. But Saturday, we can do it. Depends on you guys. Saturday? Yeah. Poll? I can't do a poll. I'm on StreamYards. I know you guys are watching me on YouTube, but I'm streaming through StreamYards. So, or some of you are on X. Saturday for this week. Tomorrow. Okay, cool. I'll see you guys tomorrow then. Alright guys, well, everyone take care of themselves. Stay safe on them streets. And I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to say 5 o'clock UK time. So whatever time that is for you guys. But I'll see you then. Take care and peace.